Chapter 329, The Legacy of the Longevity Cult. If I remember correctly, you obtained the Azure Sun Fire Seed in the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Meng Hong hesitated for a moment, then asked the question. Sect leader, do you remember that I once took 10 steps before the great Tao tree and witnessed the sword of immortality that shattered the void? Meng Hong was deeply impressed by this matter, and when he reported it to the two elders, they were amazed. Later, the secret realm was opened again, without any disciples reaching the foundation establishment stage. But neither the two ancestors nor Meng Hong were able to obtain such an opportunity in front of the great Tao tree. Is there any connection between these two? Meng Hong knew that Chen Mobai wouldn't bring up unrelated matters, and having vaguely grasped something key, he asked directly. The reason I was able to make rapid progress in the realm of swordsmanship is because the sword of immortality was imprinted in my sea of consciousness. Afterwards, I often secluded myself to comprehend this astonishing swordsmanship, and finally one day I had a sudden realization and entered a wonderful state of divine enlightenment. But when I woke up, I found myself no longer in Xianishan, but in the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Meng Hong's expression shifted slightly. Are you sure? Naturally, I have a deep impression of the 3 immortal trees in that place. To verify this, I went to the nearest magic treasure tree again. It was on that occasion that I obtained the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror. As they spoke, Chen Mobai took out his 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror and calmly handed it to Meng Hong. The method of crafting this magical artifact is completely different from that in our eastern wilderness. Sect leader, you may take a look. Meng Hong hesitated for a moment, then casually took the bronze mirror with both hands. He examined it carefully from top to bottom and found that the lines and patterns were exquisite, the materials were perfectly integrated, and the craftsmanship was so superb and exquisite that it was incomparable to anything in the eastern wilderness. What shocked him most was the restrictive array pattern applied to the magical artifact, which was perfectly integrated and seamless. 3 spells have been added. Generally speaking, many magical artifacts are considered high quality if they can be imbued with a spell, thus increasing their value many times over. There are 2 magical artifacts with added spells, which only Sheng Jiaxi, the #1 artifact refiner in the eastern wilderness, can forge. Of the 3 additional spells, Sheng Jiaxi had only completed 2 in his entire life, and both were by chance. Upon hearing Meng Hong's words, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju, who were in the back hall of the Divine Wood Hall, no longer concealed their presence and came out directly. Greetings to the 2 venerable ancestors. Chen Mobai had thought there would only be 1 person, but he was surprised to find that there were 2. He and Meng Hong immediately bowed. Get up, may we take a look at your magical artifact? Zhou Shenking asked very politely, and Chen Mobai naturally nodded. After Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju had read it one after the other, they exchanged a glance and came to a conclusion. The crafting technique of this magic weapon far surpasses the crafting tradition of the eastern wilderness. It might be the work of a 5th-order grandmaster craftsman. It is very likely that it was left in the secret realm by the longevity sect or the 1 Yuan ancestor. Chen Mobai, the 1 Yuan ancestor. After listening to the words of the 2 elders, Chen Mobai looked puzzled. Our Divine Wood sect's primordial ancestor received part of the inheritance of the 1 Yuan True Lord, and called himself a disciple of the 1 Yuan when he founded the 5 Elements sect. After I formed my core, I was also led by the ancestor to worship the 1 Yuan True Lord's Ascension Tablet, so I should respectfully call him ancestor. Zhou Shenking explained to Chen Mobai that when Fu Zhangju formed his core, the primordial ancestor had already passed away, and the Divine Wood sect had also separated from the 5 Elements sect, so they had not paid homage to the Ascension Tablet of the 1 Yuan True Lord enshrined at the headquarters of the 5 Elements sect. I see. Chen Mobai's face showed a look of sudden realization. So, the primordial Tao fruit is the inheritance of the 1 Yuan True Monarch. If I have the chance in the future, I must take a good look at the cultivation techniques left behind by the ascended immortals, and compare them with the nascent soul cultivation techniques of the immortal sects to see which is superior. However, the reason why Ancestor Yiyuan was able to ascend to immortality was because he obtained some treasures left behind by the longevity sect. This divine tree secret realm is one of the longevity sect's inheritance sites. So your magic weapon may have been left behind by the longevity sect, or it may have been left to his descendants by Ancestor Yiyuan. As they spoke, Zhou Shenking handed the 6-yang divine fire mirror back to Chen Mobai, who took it without hesitation, but was wondering to himself whether his lie would be exposed. Are you able to control your entry and exit from the divine tree realm? Fu Zhangju suddenly asked, and Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Reporting to the two ancestors, I can only occasionally travel to the divine tree secret realm when I make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Moreover, after that, I only need to undergo the so-called longevity and inquiry trial in front of the great Tao tree to return to Zion and Mountain. Chen Mobai could use this to explain his possible sudden disappearance in the future. He went to the divine tree secret realm, and he really could go there anyway. Besides this magical artifact, were there any other gains? Meng Hong asked the question, and Chen Mobai nodded, then revealed the two secret techniques he had obtained from the talent tree. The art of 100 transformations of inspiration, and the art of gathering soldiers with inspiration. These two secret techniques are unparalleled methods for those who specialize in the longevity scripture, but they are of little use to him. He might as well offer them up to reinforce the credibility of his previous words. After hearing this, Zhou Shenking's eyes lit up. Then in front of the three of them, he sat down cross-legged. About a quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes, and a wisp of blue lightning flashed in his pupils. Indeed, our Divine Wood sect's cultivation techniques evolved from the longevity sect's heritage, but they are still incomplete. If I could have obtained the spiritual light 100 transformations technique and the spiritual light weapon gathering technique when I was in the foundation establishment stage, I might have been able to master the heavenly wood divine light 20 years earlier. After Zhou Shenking stood up, he opened his right hand, and a dark green stream of energy swirled in his palm, transforming into a lightning bolt-like phantom. Congratulations, senior brother, on advancing your longevity true chi. You must be one step closer to nascent soul formation. Of those present, only Fu Zhangju was aware of Zhou Shenking's cultivation level. Seeing the deep green energy in his palm, he was filled with envy. Once Zhao Ming completes his core, I will also leave the sect to seek my own opportunity to form my nascent soul. The last years of my life will depend on whether I am destined to do so. Zhou Shenking remarked with emotion, and Meng Hong immediately bowed his head respectfully. If I'm not mistaken, junior nephew Chen, you must have achieved the required score on the great Tao tree when you first entered the divine tree secret realm, and were recognized as the successor of the longevity sect. After confirming that Chen Mobai's magical artifacts and cultivation techniques both came from the secret realm, Zhou Shenking had already come up with a very reasonable answer in his mind. It seems that my Shenmu sect is very fortunate to have been able to recruit a talent like you as a disciple. You should know that back then, my senior brother Zhou and I only stopped at the 9th step of the great Tao tree and could not pass the longevity inquiry barrier. Indeed, 10 steps is a hurdle. Fu Zhangju agreed with Zhou Shenking's judgment, nodding to Chen Mobai with a mixture of regret and relief. After the two ancestors formed their cores, did they not go to the great Tao tree to undergo trials again? Chen Mobai voiced his doubts. The key to unlocking the divine tree secret realm was in the divine tree sect, and no one would stop them if they wanted to go in. To be honest, after hearing about the longevity sword you mentioned, we activated it once. But before the great Tao tree, each realm has its own trial intensity. The longevity and inquiry trial that we two core formation cultivators endured was even more terrifying. Although Zhao Ming relied on his foundation establishment perfection realm and only needed to undergo foundation establishment level trials, he forcibly made it to the last step, but because of his advanced age, he was directly teleported out. Not to mention the magic tree and the talent tree, Our spiritual imprints were already transferred into them long ago, but there has been no feedback whatsoever. Hearing Fu Zhangju's words, Chen Mobai secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the rules of the longevity sect, the inheritance site, were quite meticulous for cultivators in the heavenly river realm. Only someone like him from an immortal sect had a way to exploit the divine tree. There is another secret realm left by the one Yuan ancestor in the Five Elements sect. It may also be related to the longevity sect. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can go there to meditate and go into seclusion to try it out. Zhou Shenking suddenly said something that made Chen Mobai's eyes widen. Ancestor, will this even work? It doesn't matter if you give it a try. The primordial Tao fruit is in that secret realm. If you can obtain this cultivation technique, I'll give you 10 million sect contribution points. Upon hearing Zhou Shenking's words, Meng Hong broke out in a cold sweat and cautiously reminded him, Ancestor, the sect's inventory of spirit stones doesn't even have 10 million. It's all right, you can pay on credit. The sect already owes me several million contribution points, so owing another 10 million is nothing. Zhou Shenking's words left Meng Hong with no choice but to smile awkwardly. Once a cultivator reaches the core formation stage, the sect can offer little help. In fact, it's more like the core formation stage is protecting the sect. Especially since Zhou Shenking was about to reach the peak of core formation and prepare to form nascent soul. It was the void stone mine and those 1,000-year-old herbs that could tempt him. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will give it a try. Chen Mobai is now also somewhat curious about the primordial Tao fruit, since the immortal sect has never had an ascended cultivator, although the ancient Tao lineages do have the concept of ascension. The ascension cult is even more famous. He wanted to know why, in the heavenly river realm, those who cultivated to the extreme could actually ascend to immortality. Well, it would be best if you also successfully formed your core. Then, the rest of us, along with junior brother Mo, can return to the Five Elements sect and fight our way back. Zhou Shenking's words were still as direct as ever, indicating that he was still somewhat dissatisfied with the family division at the time. Now it's time for Xiao Meng to form his core. Fu Zhangju offered a reminder. The spirit void flower and the Changsu mushroom were prepared for him. It's just a pity that the fourth-tier dragon blood pill was snatched away by Jai Zhenqi. That old guy took it himself and broke through to the late stage of core formation. Otherwise, he would have been more confident. Zhou Shenking said irritably. Meng Hong had prepared 2 kinds of spiritual items for core formation. He had even auctioned a dragon blood pill that could enhance physical strength and blood energy within the Dongyi region. But unfortunately, it was killed and snatched away by Jai Zhenqi in a moment of carelessness. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's lips twitched slightly. He didn't know what the dragon blood pill was. However, the spirit void flower and the Changsu mushroom were both key ingredients in the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. Judging from Zhou Shenking's words, it wasn't going to be refined into a pill, but rather for Meng Hong to swallow it raw. What a waste! But he could only pretend he hadn't heard it, since even if he were given these 2 spiritual herbs, he wouldn't be able to transform them into the core formation spiritual herbs of the immortal sect. From now on, you should focus on your cultivation within the sect. Fu Zhangju gave Chen Mobai a heartfelt final piece of advice, saying that in their eyes, his chances of forming a core were far greater than Meng Hong's. Yes. Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief when he answered. This means that his statement today has won the trust of the 2 patriarchs. When he left the Divine Wood Palace, Meng Hong saw him off and told him not to forget about the wood orb. Since it concerned his own core formation, Chen Mobai was naturally eager to participate. The next day, Luo Yixuan was sent to find Mu Yuan and Li Yixian. The 2 waited in Shenmu City and arrived at Chen Mobai's courtyard in less than half an hour. Having learned from Yu Lion's success, Chen Mobai once again imparted his knowledge and answered questions. According to the Wuxiang puppet's calculations, Mu Yuan was able to successfully establish his foundation on the first try, while Li Yixian failed, indicating a significant difference in their spiritual roots. Mu Yuan's wood spirit root has an astonishing 57 points, while Li Yixian only has an ordinary 3-attribute true spirit root. However, his puppets are powerful, so he has occupied the top 3 positions in the sect competition for the past few years. In response, Chen Mobai could only do his best to help, explaining in detail the problems that would be encountered in the deduction and guiding them on how to solve them. You don't need to have any doubts. Just be sure that you can successfully establish your foundation. Take the pill and take that step. Chen Mobai said this to Mu Yuan, and the latter's eyes lit up when she heard it. The confidence she had had when she swept through the qi-refining disciples of the sect over the years had returned. Mu Yuan is a very confident person, but she can't be confident in front of Chen Mobai. Your spiritual root is average. You also consumed too many pills when you improved your cultivation. Your spiritual power is not pure enough, so you will stop at the stage of condensing qi into liquid. As for Li Yixian, Chen Mobai spoke the truth, and the latter was dejected upon hearing it, but still thanked him for his guidance. When you can no longer condense liquid spiritual energy, don't force it. Just give up naturally. Your chances of successfully taking the second foundation establishment pill are still very high. Chen Mobai's last words cheered Li Yixian up a bit. Although he couldn't enter the divine tree secret realm, as long as he could establish his foundation, he would have the opportunity to climb to a higher realm. Thank you, Uncle Chen. The two said goodbye and left. They were very convinced by Chen Mobai's diagnosis, and after returning home, they all followed his instructions to refine their spiritual power and take blood-nourishing medicinal wine. But as it turns out, whether one can succeed or not is determined long before the journey of cultivation begins. Because of his outstanding spiritual root, Mu Yuan's efficiency in refining spiritual energy was twice as high, so he rarely took pills to improve his cultivation. His spiritual power was almost free of pill toxins. In addition, the longevity spiritual power nourished his physical body and consciousness. Sure enough, after taking the foundation establishment pill, he completed the transformation of his essence, energy, and spirit in one go and successfully established his foundation. Li Yixian, however, stopped at the step of condensing qi into liquid. Due to the poison in the pill, he could not continue condensing the 5th drop of liquid spiritual power. However, he heeded Chen Mobai's advice and did not force the issue, but naturally gave up. The failure to establish his foundation did not cause any major damage to his vital energy. Not only did it cleanse his tendons and marrow, but it also forced out some erysipelas because of the experience of condensing qi into liquid, laying a solid foundation for taking the second foundation establishing pill in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 330, I Have a Friend. Chapter 330, I Have a Friend. After Mu Yuan established his foundation, Chen Mobai breathed a small sigh of relief. He was guaranteed at least 2 fruits. Although he had figured out the patterns of the longevity tree fruit and the wood spirit root on his own, he felt that there were no major problems. Yan Jinai and Yue Zhudao both possessed astonishing wood spirit roots, which enabled them to obtain the longevity tree fruit from the magic treasure tree. Mu Yuan's wood spirit root is no less than Yue Zhudao's. Based on previous experience, he should be able to obtain a longevity tree fruit, but it is unknown whether it will be a small or medium-sized fruit. If it's a small fruit, it would be redundant for him and a waste. Yu Lion possesses his wood spirit talisman, guaranteeing at least 1 large fruit. If they also give out wooden round spirit talismans, then that would be 2 large fruits, which is redundant. Chen Mobai was very troubled. After thinking about it, he felt that he needed to consult a professional. Without a doubt, the Jumeng Dao Academy is the best in terms of spiritual plants among immortals. He happens to have a good friend, who is an outstanding student at Jumeng Taoist Academy. King Nu, what's wrong? Chen Mobai, a friend of mine at the Taoist Academy, has hybridized a very interesting spiritual fruit. Taking 3 at a time can raise one's cultivation level. However, these 3 fruits must be consumed and refined in the order of small, medium, and large to be effective. But he has only managed to obtain 3 fruits, small, large, and large, after much effort. I'd like to ask if processing one of the large fruits could reduce its efficacy, making it a suitable substitute for the medium fruit. Kingnu, theoretically feasible, but requires high-precision magical equipment for observation. First, measure the spiritual energy contained in the small and large fruits, then set up a growth model to determine the curve range of the medium-sized fruit, and finally reduce the spiritual effect of the large fruit to within this curve. Chen Mobai, is this difficult? Kingnu, it's not that difficult. If we have a sample, we can make the model curve in 2 or 3 days. But the ritual implements and equipment are hard to find. I don't know if your Taoist Academy has them. After she finished speaking, Kingnu sent over a link to a paper from Jumeng Daeyuan on measuring the maturity of the fruit of the Great Tun tree. The paper not only detailed the steps, but also the necessary ritual implements and equipment. Chen Mobai, thanks, I'll go ask the teachers at the Tao Academy. After sending a thank you emoji, Chen Mobai immediately called his familiar agronomy teacher, Lin Wenkang. It is gratifying that Wuki Tao Academy lives up to its reputation as the top academy in the immortal sects. Although it cannot compare with Jumeng Tao Academy in terms of spiritual plants, it has all the necessary magical artifacts and equipment. These are all discarded by the Agricultural Research Institute of the Immortal Sect, but they are enough for our Tao Academy. Chen Mobai followed Lin Wenkang to the laboratory where the maturity of various crops such as seeds and fruits is measured. A complete set of equipment was placed there, and there was also a special instruction manual for its use, which was several hundred pages long. With his authority as the Student Council President, applying to use this laboratory was naturally very easy. He could come over whenever the Tao Academy's Department of Spiritual Plants didn't have classes. After completing the formalities and procedures, Lin Wenkang handed the key directly to Chen Mobai, who also took the instruction manual. Chen Mobai is very enthusiastic about learning. However, he did not forget the important thing. After returning to Giantwood Ridge, he gave the wood spirit talisman to Mu Yuan, as agreed when he was giving him instructions. Mu Yuan, being such a proud and arrogant person, would naturally not break her promise. Fortunately, the magic tree is not a talent tree. Otherwise, Mu Yuan would have discovered that his spiritual root had changed after using the wood spirit talisman. However, just in case, Chen Mobai decided that after the divine tree secret realm opened, he would also enter it to keep an eye on Yu Lion and Mu Yuan to prevent any accidents from happening. The fruit of the magic tree yields something of great use to me, but this is ultimately your good fortune. Consider this second-tier high-grade divine wood shield and spirit leaf talisman as my compensation to you. Yu Lion was able to establish his foundation because he had received a great favor from Chen Mobai, so it was understandable that he was unwilling to accept her. However, Mu Yuan had a solid foundation, and even without Chen Mobai's guidance, he would most likely succeed in taking the foundation establishment pill, so he felt that he still needed to make some sacrifices. I promised you I didn't need these. However, given Mu Yuan's personality, he would never accept it. After taking the wooden spirit talisman, he took his leave immediately. This guy's personality will definitely cause him trouble in the future. Seeing Mu Yuan leave, Luo Yixuan pursed her lips and muttered something. What do you mean by this guy? You should call him Uncle Master now. Chen Mobai tapped his little apprentice's smooth forehead. After spending the past 2 years together, Luo Yixuan had come to understand his personality and had become more lively and a bit disrespectful. Chen Mobai thought to himself that if he had the chance in the future, he would still have to give Mu Yuan some compensation. Good things come in pairs. After Yu Lion and Mu Yuan both established their foundations, Yuan Qi, who had disappeared before the great battle at the top of Shenmu sect in Hanshin Mountain, returned. You wouldn't believe it, I first ran to Yan Kingdom, but then I sensed that the sect would definitely have a big battle with the top of Hanshin Mountain, so I kept running into Zio Kingdom and finally rushed into Yunmeng Marsh. I also encountered many powerful demonic beasts. Luckily, I'm good at escaping, and after many hardships, I found the island market that the sect had set up there. Yun personally escorted Yuan Qi back, and the three of them enjoyed a long-awaited, hearty drink in his courtyard. "It's good that you're back," Chen Mobai said with a smile. "Has senior brother Fu returned? Back then, we split up and ran away. Our fates were in the hands of destiny. It seems he went to the Frost Kingdom in the opposite direction from me." Yuan Che asked with concern. "Fu Xingzhu hasn't returned yet, but Ancestor Fu has reached an agreement with Chuixu Palace. If they find him there, they agree to send him back. I hope he is safe and sound." Yuan Che and Fu Xingzhu had a history of working together, and he remarked with emotion. However, the next day, Yuan Che was summoned to the Divine Wood Hall by the sect leader. It is said that Master Fu was also there. Almost all the cultivators from the sect who were dispatched in this war have returned alive, except for Fu Xingzhu. After Yuan Che truthfully reported everything he knew, he only received 1,000 basic contribution points. However, he was promoted to the Divine Wood Hall and became a steward elder, which can be considered as his wish being fulfilled. Next, Meng Hong officially announced his resignation from the position of sect leader. Chu Zuoshu was designated as the next leader, but according to the rules, he still needed to apply 3 times and refuse 3 times. However, everyone knew that he was about to become the sect leader. Invitations to the 7 major factions are already being prepared. After Chu Zuoshu takes over the Shenmu Hall, the position of the Hall Master of the Reward Hall will be vacant, and Luo Zuer and Fu Huakun will begin to act on their own. During one of his duties, Chen Mobai was called aside by Luo Zuer for a brief chat. This senior sister, who was in the late foundation establishment stage, spoke in a way that was as gentle as a spring breeze, and at the end, she asked a question in a tactful manner. Senior brother Liu, who is currently stationed in Jianguo, will be vacating his post next year. Junior brother Chen, are you interested? Founding the nation and guarding the town. Chen Mobai was taken aback upon hearing this. The 4 kingdoms under the Shenmu sect are all under the jurisdiction of the sect. Since the Jumu Ridge is located in Jianguo, the so-called Jianguo garrison is actually a nominal position. They can even stay in the sect for 10 years to complete their mission. For this reason, the position of guarding the nation has always been highly competitive. After all, once a sect has reached the foundation establishment stage, those who wish to assume important positions in the 3 halls and 12 departments need to have experience in guarding these areas. Compared to the Cloud Kingdom, Thunder Kingdom, and Rain Kingdom, establishing a kingdom is undoubtedly the easiest and best option. Moreover, Giant Tree Ridge has abundant spiritual energy, while other places only have 3rd-tier spiritual veins at most. If it can be accomplished, that would be the best outcome. Chen Mobai replied. After all, he felt that with his abilities, he would be more than qualified to become the head of the Shenmu sect in the future. To become the sect leader, one must rise through the ranks step by step, and 10 years of experience in governing is an unavoidable hurdle. Ideally, this could be accomplished within the sect itself, without ever leaving its premises. I will bring this up during the meeting of the 3 palaces and 12 departments. Junior brother Chen should also prepare in advance. Luo Zuer smiled and said something before leaving. Chen Mobai pondered for a while, feeling unsure, and wanted to discuss it with someone. Unfortunately, Chu Zuoshu has recently taken over the Shenmu Palace and is busy assuming the position of sect leader, surrounded by all sorts of irrelevant people. Yue Zhudao is still temporarily stationed in Leiguo. After sending Yuan Che back, Yi Yun returned to Yunming's the next day. He was the garrison commander of Yun Kingdom and was currently gaining experience. After much deliberation, Chen Mobai had no choice but to go to Sun Gaecheng. I support Inspector Fu, but I am also very interested in Vice Hall Master Luo's proposal. I wonder what senior brother Sun's suggestions are. In my opinion, junior brother, you should just support Inspector Fu. Even if you get an extra vote, it won't affect the overall situation. Oh, what do you mean by that, senior brother Sun? Chen Mobai was a little confused, but Sun Gaecheng smiled and took a sip of the new wine that the former had brought. If I'm not mistaken, the crown prince will become the sect leader, but the position of the Hall Master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence will likely remain vacant. Why is that? Sun Gaechang pointed 2 fingers to the sky, then pointed a third. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, then his face lit up with realization. Within the sect, the Hall Master of the Divine Wood Hall is Ancestor Zhou, the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall is Ancestor Fu, and the Hall Master of the Reward Hall was previously Chu Zuoshu, because the sect did not have a third core formation cultivator. The proverb goes, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Now that Meng Hong has stepped down, he is old and will definitely form his core in a short time. If he successfully forms his core, then all 3 Hall Masters will be core cultivators, which will enhance the grandeur of the Divine Wood sect, and Meng Hong will naturally take over as the Hall Master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence. Therefore, the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence should be reserved before Meng Hong forms his core. If the core formation attempt fails, Meng Hong, as the former sect leader, will definitely not take over the Reward Hall. He will likely fade out of the spotlight and become a behind-the-scenes elder. Moreover, whether junior brother can serve as the guardian of Jian Guo depends on the sect leader. Vice Hall Master Luo proposed it, but the decision is not made by her. Sun Gaecheng added that he and Chen Mobai were both Chu Zuoshu's proteges, so they could now speak more clearly. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Sun. Chen Mobai left the spirit plant department with a look of satisfaction. 3 days later, Chu Zuoshu officially took over as the head of the Shenmu sect, and the edict and official documents were issued to every cultivator in the sect. However, the succession ceremony will be held at the beginning of next year to allow time for the other major factions in the eastern wilderness to react. After becoming the sect leader, Chu Zuoshu became even busier. However, the war was over, and Meng Hong had cleaned up the mess before abdicating, so Chu Zuoshu only needed to distribute the compensation to the injured and wounded disciples, but this was also the most troublesome part. Especially those disciples whose bodies were poisoned by the pulse-breaking pearl. Although the alchemy department has done its best to treat them, many of them still suffered damage to their foundations, and it is estimated that their cultivation time will be delayed by 2 or 3 years. For young cultivators, it's not a big deal, but for those who aspire to seize the true teachings, it could very well cause them to miss out on the foundation establishment pill. Zai Yunchen from the sword training department proposed a 3-year delay in refining the foundation establishment pill. Chu Zuoshu thought it made a lot of sense, but there were also many people who opposed it, so he was a little undecided. As a result, the 3 palaces and the 12 departments started arguing about this matter. In this major battle between the 2 sects, the disciples of the sword training, body tempering, and formation departments basically all went to Lei Kingdom. The impact of the pulse-breaking bead was very serious for them. For the future of their department's disciples, the 3 department heads also disregarded their reputation. It's quite interesting when cultivators argue. However, Chen Mobai only heard it from Zai Yisheng. As the deputy head of the sword training department, he was qualified to attend the meeting as an observer. Just as the upper echelons of the Divine Tree sect began arguing over this matter, Yu Lion and Mu Yuan finally witnessed the opening of the Divine Tree secret realm. Because Lu Yi from the transmission department used this matter as an excuse to withdraw from the argument, Chen Mobai, who had been waiting for this day for a long time, went to the Divine Tree secret realm ahead of time to wait. The true body is in front of the magic treasure tree, and the formless puppet is in front of the talent tree, just to avoid any accidents. In the sky, silver light flashed, and then the void seemed to split open like a black lightning bolt, creating a jagged slit. The 2 people descended from this void crevice. It was Yu Lion and Mu Yuan. After the 2 entered, they immediately used their magical artifacts to stop their fall, and then landed in the dense forest. Chen Mobai waited for 3 days, and finally Yu Lion arrived. He was still very obedient. In front of the magic tree, he took out the wood spirit talisman and activated it, then disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was holding an unopened yellow fruit. Yu Lion looked curious, but ultimately did not open the fruit and instead put it into her storage bag. He then flew towards the direction of the talent tree. Chen Mobai nodded, but in his heart he was wondering why Mu Yuan hadn't come over yet. He waited for 5 whole days, but neither the magic tree nor the talent tree saw him come. Could it be that they went to the great tree of heaven, underwent the trial, and were then teleported out? Chen Mobai considered this possibility and immediately broke out in a sweat. He felt that given Mu Yuan's personality, it might not be so certain. Could it be that all our efforts will be in vain here? Chen Mobai gritted his teeth, took out a communication talisman, and began searching for Mu Yuan. The fact that it works means that Mu Yuan is still in the divine tree secret realm. So what exactly is he doing? Chen Mobai, relieved, saw Yu Lion in front of the talent tree. With this question in mind, he followed the message talisman and flew towards the location of the wooden circle. End of this chapter. Chapter 331, Obtaining the Fruit of the Tree of Immortality. Chapter 331, Obtaining the Fruit of the Tree of Immortality. When Chen Mobai found Mu Yuan, the latter was standing in front of a huge tree that would take 4 or 5 people to encircle. This big tree seems to have lived for a long time. Its dark brown bark has turned slightly yellow, and its branches are like writhing dragons, strong and powerful, but strangely, it has no leaves at all. To avoid being discovered, Chen Mobai stood 2 kilometers away and then activated his void eye. He noticed something amiss upon closer inspection. This was actually a Qingyang spirit tree undergoing a transformation. It's unclear how Mu Yuan discovered it. After all, Chen Mobai had been in the divine tree secret realm for so many years and had only ever seen one Crimson Sun spirit tree after another, never a second-order Azure Sun spirit tree. However, this could also be because he didn't specifically look for it. The tree before us is the legendary Qingyang spirit tree, which, due to the imbalance of the 3 spiritual energies of earth, wood, and fire, began to evolve and transform into Qingyang fire to temper its original form. Mu Yuan didn't know how she found this place, and seeing this extremely rare scene, she couldn't help but stop and linger. Chen Mobai's insightful eyes revealed that the Azure Sun spirit tree seemed to have completed half of its transformation. The ground all around was covered with withered and fallen leaves scorched by the Azure Sun fire, and the gnarled, ancient branches had crimson flames beginning to ignite at their thin tips. Like a chain reaction, the crimson flames, powered by the Azure Sun spirit tree itself, began to slowly increase in temperature. After all the branches had burned, the crimson flames had turned pale purple. Then the pale purple flames began to scorch the main trunk of the Azure Sun spirit tree, a process that started slowly and then accelerated. When the flames turned a deep purple, the Azure Sun spirit tree was reduced to a stump about half a person's height. All the flames gathered on the tree stump and began to condense, but it seemed to be missing a crucial force and could not condense into a spark. It is ultimately too difficult for plants to become sentient. Mu Yuan sighed and poured his pure longevity spiritual power into the deep purple flames. Then the purple flames burned and devoured the remaining tree stump, and burned away all traces of the Qingyang spirit tree along its roots, forming a deep tree pit filled with ash and withered leaves. Even so, the Qingyang fire seed is still a little short of being formed. Chen Mobai then saw Mu Yuan take out a spirit stone to absorb, and then continuously inject the longevity spiritual power into the deep purple flames burning fiercely in the tree pit. Squeak! With the sound of trees breaking, Chen Mobai saw Mu Yuan cut down nearly 1,000 Crimson Sun spirit trees within a half-kilometer radius, and then, like throwing wood into a fire, he tossed the trees one by one into the pit. The deep purple flames, which had been running out of steam, finally condensed into a fire seed that could be held in the palm of your hand after an hour, thanks to the spiritual power of the wooden circle and the inexhaustible supply of the Crimson Sun spirit tree. This is the origin of the Qingyang fire seed. After witnessing this scene, Chen Mobai's face showed a look of sudden realization. Within Giant Tree Ridge, Yue Zudao likely used the same method to ignite the fire seed after the Qingyang spirit tree failed to transform. Mu Yuan also had a great deal of luck, as he was able to encounter a Qingyang spirit tree undergoing a transformation in the divine tree secret realm. I hope I can successfully advance to the next level. Chen Mobai sighed inwardly. After all, the divine tree secret realm already belonged to him. If this spiritual tree advanced to the third-order Golden Sun spiritual tree, then whether he continued to nurture it or harvested it in the future, it would be a valuable asset for him. However, failure is the norm, and success is only occasional. For him, it was also a reminder that he could try to search in the divine tree secret realm in the future to see if there were any other Azure Sun spirit trees, or even Golden Sun spirit trees. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai looked at the three towering divine trees at the core of this secret realm. I wonder if these three divine trees can be cultivated into tree seeds. At this moment, Mu Yuan had already put away the newly born and still very weak Qingyang fire in a pottery jar. Chen Mobai watched as he took out 2 spirit stones and meditated to recover the spiritual energy he had just lost, and felt slightly relieved. You should go to the magic tree next, right? Now that we've found Mu Yuan here, the formless puppet guarding the talent tree no longer needs to stay there. Chen Mobai used his divine sense to send Yu Lion, who had somehow gained some kind of cultivation technique, to the great Dao tree. He wanted to see how far Yu Lion could go. As expected, Mu Yuan, having recovered his spiritual power, flew towards the magic tree a day later. He was also a man of his word. After activating the wood spirit talisman, he entered the tree canopy and took out a yellow fruit. Afterwards, Mu Yuan went to the talent tree. With his wood spirit root, he naturally obtained a secret technique that seemed to be very useful to him, causing even the usually aloof man to show a hint of joy. Finally, we arrived at the main road tree. Yu Lion took 7 steps, which is already a very good result. It should be noted that Yi Yun only took 7 steps. Chen Mobai had previously stopped at level 7 even without using the formless puppet, relying solely on his own strength. However, for the trials set up by the longevity sect, 7 steps are far from enough, and the great Dao tree will not even bother with them. I wonder what the person who took 9 steps across the Red River gained here. Just as Chen Mobai was lost in thought, Mu Yuan had already stood in front of the great tree and took a deep breath. Before he came in, Meng Hong specifically told him that if he could take 10 steps, he would be able to obtain an amazing opportunity. The senior brother Chen who impressed Mu Yuangxin was the one who took 10 steps in front of the great Dao tree. If he wanted to catch up in the future, this was the best opportunity to measure the difference between the two. After confirming that his energy and spirit were at their peak, Mu Yuan took the first step. When Mu Yuan took the 7th step, he felt his consciousness begin to become chaotic, as if a hammer had been inserted into his mind, shattering his soul and slowly sinking him into an eternal abyss. Even so, Mu Yuan still forced herself to take the 8th step. However, before his foot even touched the ground, he lost consciousness and was then teleported away from the place. After watching Yu Lion and Mu Yuan's performance, Chen Mobai also felt a bit itchy to join in. He wondered how many steps he could take in front of that grand tree. But the fruit of the immortal tree is the most important thing to him. Chen Mobai glanced at the great tree, took out his phone, and returned to Giant Tree Ridge. 3 days later, Chen Mobai looked at the 2 yellow fruits in his hand and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After Yu Lion and Mu Yuan woke up, they brought over the fruit one after the other. Both fruits were unopened, proving that their character was indeed trustworthy. After opening both yellow fruits, they indeed contained the longevity tree fruit he needed. He then took out the small fruit that he had obtained from Yan Jinai. On the grayish-brown shell of the small fruit, there is a white mark. However, the 2 newly blossoming trees have 3 white marks on their fruit shells, parallel and not intersecting. It's a big fruit, no doubt about it. Chen Mobai excitedly picked up a large fruit, feeling the immense energy contained within it, and wished he could return to the immortal sect immediately. However, his fruit growth model is not yet complete. After all, he is learning this knowledge from scratch, and he is not as proficient as Qing knew. If the longevity tree fruit weren't so important, Chen Mobai would have gone directly to Qing Nu to ask her to help him downgrade the fruit. But then I thought about it, and I've already gotten through these past few years. Now I have all three fruits in my hands, so what's a little more time? So, while learning how to use the magic tool for determining fruit ripeness, Chen Mobai also returned to the immortal sect to purchase longevity pills in batches from Yu Rulin. Chu Zuoshu finally agreed to postpone the refining of the Foundation establishment pill for 3 years. After all, he could not let down the true disciples who went to war for the sect. However, in order to be fair and just, the refining of the Foundation establishment pill for the next time would not be postponed. In other words, the harvesting time for the next batch of chalcedony and golden fungus will be postponed to 6 years later, but the batch after that will be 13 years later, to ensure that it is completed before the new batch of disciples enters the school every 10 years. This does give Ming'er an opportunity. In Zion and Mountain, after reading the sect's decree, Chen Mobai smiled and said to his 2 disciples beside him, Zhuo Ming only broke through to the 7th level of qi refining last year. At her rate of progress, she definitely wouldn't be able to reach the qi refining perfection level in 3 years. But after the 3-year delay, Chen Mobai is certain that she can become a true disciple. My fighting skills are average. I'm afraid that even if I reach a certain level, I still won't be able to beat those famous disciples on the arena. But Zhuo Ming lacked confidence in herself, and her small round face was full of worry. Senior sister is too modest. In combat, the key is still real battle. Just participate in the sect's annual grand competition every year. After 6 years, you will definitely be no worse than any true disciple. Luo Yixuan comforted Zhuo Ming, explaining that she had been hiding her strength during the previous sect competitions, but she had generally been able to accumulate rich combat experience by the time she entered the true instructor stage. In addition, he participated in 2 major battles with Liu Wenbai this time and saw a lot of blood on his hands. He is confident that as long as he performs normally, he will be able to enter the true disciple sequence. Ming'er, you still have 6 years. Practice more magic. By the way, the 9-ren body technique I gave you is quite good. This technique requires the daily consumption of spirit rice, which is exactly what Little South Mountain has in abundance. There are also some recorded auxiliary spirit herbs that you can brew into medicinal wine and drink whenever you have time. If you can master the first level within 6 years, you will have the physical strength equivalent to a top-tier first-order magic weapon. At that time, I will give you 1 or 2 second-order magic weapons, and I guarantee that you will be able to stand firm in the true lineage. Of the 3 disciples, Chen Mobai still slightly favors Zhuo Ming. The main reason is that Zio Nanshan's business has grown significantly, and he is busy cultivating. His nearly 100 acres of spiritual fields are all managed by his second disciple. If Zhuo Ming can establish her foundation, Chen Mobai feels that she can completely inherit his true mantle in farming in the future. Even now, Zhuo Ming can generate thousands of spirit stones in revenue for Chen Mobai every year. This second apprentice, whom I casually took in, is a real treasure trove. Moreover, in the foreseeable future, once a mature second-tier spirit rice variety is developed, what will be harvested will not be batches of spirit rice, but spirit stones. Those spirit rice and spirit wine are all master's property. Zhuo Ming whispered, "It's the rule in the heavenly river realm that disciples work for their teachers without pay. If the teacher is in a good mood, they might teach the disciple some cultivation techniques or give the disciple some spirit stones." Although Chen Mobai was different from others, Zhuo Ming had grown up in the eastern wilderness since childhood and believed that being able to join Zion Nanshan was the greatest opportunity. Therefore, she had always been diligent and conscientious and abided by the rules. Normally, Chen Mobai doesn't say anything. She stores the harvested spirit rice in the warehouse and the spirit wine in the wine cellar. Like a landlady, she manages everything honestly and never misappropriates it. I command you to cultivate the 9-ren body technique. You may use all the resources available in Zion and Mountain and the spirit stones in the shop's account. If it's not enough, just tell me. Over the years, Chen Mobai has come to understand Zhu Ming's personality. If the tone were gentler, Zhu Ming wouldn't dare to obey. It's only when it's a direct command that she'll follow orders. Thank you, Master. As expected, Zhu Ming blushed slightly after hearing the order and nodded happily. Master, am I able to cultivate? Luo Yixuan, who was standing to the side, spoke up with a hint of envy, but Chen Mobai shook his head. The black water technique you cultivate is incompatible with the 9-ren body method. If you really want to strengthen your body, you can go to the library to look for some. Our Zion ancient lineage has no shortage of spirit rice. If you, including Wenbai, need it, you can take it yourself. On the surface, Chen Mobai treated everyone equally, but when the topic of the 9-ren body came up, he remembered something else. By the way, how's your study of the geomancy inheritance book I gave you last time? Reporting to Master, it's a bit difficult. Luo Yixuan said a little shyly. She and Zhu Ming were studying the geomancer's lineage together, but this art of cultivation was difficult to master, and they hadn't yet found their footing. Focus on your own cultivation and practice more spells suitable for combat. You can study the geomancer's inheritance book when you have free time. Chen Mobai gave them a word of advice, telling them not to lose sight of the bigger picture for the sake of small gains. After all, becoming a true disciple and obtaining the Foundation Establishment Pill is the most important thing. He is a supporter of the Immortal Realm School, believing that one should first improve their realm and then learn skills later. After his 2 disciples left, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered another cultivation manual he had. The Myriad Dharma Bodies. This was given to him by Yu Lion, who said it was the invincible technique of the patriarch of the Eternal Sect who once dominated the Eastern Wilderness. The patriarch of the Eternal Sect was also a master who had cultivated to the nascent soul stage. He was the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness before the primordial ancestor and was known as unaffected by any magic. His aura is in harmony with the vast sky. When his nascent soul Dharma form appeared, his head was above the azure sky and his feet were on the yellow springs. He was a being who had integrated the 2 paths of body tempering and magic and cultivated to the peak. Chen Mobai hadn't had time to look at it before, but now that he had the tree fruit and was working on the growth model, he could do 2 things at once and pass the time. With this in mind, Chen Mobai opened the Myriad Dharma Bodies and began to read. End of this chapter. Chapter 332, Consuming Tree Fruit. Chapter 332, Consuming Tree Fruit. The so-called Dharmakaya. It involves condensing a spiritual avatar, but this avatar is not an ordinary one. Instead, it requires the cultivator to continuously add various techniques and supernatural powers based on their own talent and divine sense. This technique was initially novel, but it became increasingly powerful as it progressed. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, it's equivalent to having a second nascent soul. When fighting against someone of the same cultivation level, 2 against 1, you're basically guaranteed to win. But the problem remains. The experience of predecessors in cultivating the Myriad Dharma Body is completely useless, because everyone needs to evolve according to their own physical constitution and talents, plus the entry of divine consciousness to endow them with spirituality. This also led to the decline of the Wangu sect after the passing of its ancestor, the Wangu ancestor. Because the Myriad Dharma Body is a late-stage cultivation technique, even if you master it in the early stages, it won't significantly increase your combat abilities. After the Eternal Sect was destroyed by the 7 major sects of the Eastern Wilderness, its inheritance was scattered like stars in the sky. Most of the major sects copied a part of it, including the basic cultivation method of the Myriad Dharma Body. Although some disciples later attempted to recreate the invincible power of the ancient ancestor who dominated the Eastern Wilderness and devoted themselves to cultivating the Myriad Dharma Body, none of them made a ripple. Gradually, this Myriad Dharma Bodies were shelved and forgotten. The Myriad Dharma Body, that leyline gave him was a more complete version than the one that the 7 major sects of the Eastern Wilderness had taken away, since it was the original version. However, it only had some annotations and cultivation insights from the younger generation of the Eternal sect. However, since everyone's physical condition is different, these insights can only serve as a starting point and are of little use once you begin practicing. This book, Myriad Dharma Bodies, is a handwritten copy left by the grand disciple of the founder of the Silver Cloud sect, who was also the grand ancestor of 10,000 ages. It contains some of their lineage's experiences in cultivating the myriad Dharma bodies. Starting with a simple palm, one first gathers spiritual energy into a single finger, much like nurturing a human body. First, one creates illusory bones, then meridians and flesh, and finally, the energy gradually expands to the entire body. This process is lengthy and protracted. It is said that the ancient ancestor Wan Gu spent 500 years to truly master his own unique myriad Dharma body. Upon his birth, he made a great name in the eastern region and was ranked among the 7 wonders of the Tao. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai instantly lost interest. He would rather use this time to improve his cultivation level, since he still doesn't have enough time to cultivate the pure Yang Dharma body. However, just as he put down the myriad Dharma body, he saw the formless puppet on the side. Compared to the Eastern Wilderness, he has a great advantage in cultivating the myriad Dharma body, because he can use the formless puppet to deduce all the steps of his cultivation of this technique. For practitioners of the myriad Dharma body, the most difficult task is to condense a spiritual energy avatar based on their own physique and talent. This is equivalent to, after entering the basics, deducing from scratch a unique external avatar technique that is only suitable for them. Even those with extraordinary talent would find this extremely perplexing. After all, it takes a long time for a foundation establishment cultivator to deduce a qi cultivation technique, let alone a top-tier technique in the Eastern Wilderness like the myriad Dharma body. If it is to be mastered and put to use, it must be deduced all the way to the nascent soul realm. But Chen Mobai is different. As long as he has enough spirit stones, his formless puppet can automatically perform calculations, so he doesn't need to worry about it at all. I always feel like I'm missing out if I don't cultivate this myriad Dharma body. With this strange feeling, Chen Mobai inputted the myriad Dharma body into the formless puppet, and then let the puppet begin to deduce his path of cultivating the myriad Dharma body. However, he found that the process was very slow. Please define the main root. Do you need to emphasize certain features? Suddenly, this prompt appeared on the screen of the formless puppet. With the cultivation technique in disarray, even this omnipotent puppet was somewhat stuck. This was the first time Chen Mobai had encountered such a situation, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. It seems even the heavens don't allow him to cultivate the myriad Dharma body. Even the shapeless puppet couldn't deduce it. But Chen Mobai didn't care about this result. He still prefers cultivation methods like the pure Yang Dharma body and the longevity Tao body, which only require resources to achieve mastery. The myriad Dharma body, which relies on comprehension and talent, is not suitable for someone with mediocre talent like him. After putting that matter aside, Chen Mobai began to devote himself entirely to the growth model curve of the large fruit. Although his talent was average, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator. By focusing on learning a certain kind of knowledge, he quickly grasped the key points. After spending half a month, he finally completed all the theories and only needed to put them into practice. At this moment, Chen Mobai was already quite impatient. After all, by consuming just these 3 tree fruits, he could save over 100 years of hard work and directly advance Chen Mobai's longevity scripture from the early foundation establishment stage to the peak foundation establishment stage. To my shame, it has been more than 3 years since he established his foundation, but his progress in the Divine Wood sect's signature longevity scripture has been very slow. That is, the liquid spiritual power has increased from 10 drops at the time of foundation building to 15 drops now. According to the cultivation experience of many predecessors of the Shenmu sect, one can attempt to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment when the number of drops reaches about 35 to 50. The exact number varies from person to person, depending on the depth of one's foundation. With 100 to 120 drops of longevity spiritual energy, one can begin to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. When one reaches the foundation establishment stage, the Chen Mobai sect records that the lowest spiritual energy level was 150 drops, while the highest was 180 drops, according to Ancestor Joe. Compared to the precise single-digit amount of liquid spiritual energy in the 9th level of the pure Yang scroll of the immortal sect, the Chen Mobai sect's energy is all approximate. Basically, when you feel you've reached the point where your Danshan and Danshan are full of spiritual energy, and you can no longer condense and enhance it, you can begin your breakthrough. Whether the breakthrough will be successful or not depends entirely on fate. If you break through the bottleneck, your Danshan will expand, allowing you to condense and store more spiritual energy. If you don't break through, you should repair the damage to your Danshan, nurture it, and then try to break through again next time. In contrast, the immortal sect has already fixed the rules and the amount of spiritual energy required for each breakthrough. This method, derived from countless experiments, is the easiest to break through and causes the least damage to the body and mind after failure. Take the Pure Yang Scroll as an example. 15 drops of liquid spiritual energy represent a successful foundation establishment. When you accumulate 30 drops, you can begin to break through to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. At 45 drops, it corresponds to the 3rd level of foundation building. The bottleneck from the 3rd to the 4th level is relatively more difficult, and to improve further, it requires 70 drops of liquid spiritual energy. However, since the Danshan and Qi Si had already been expanded twice when the foundation was established at the 2nd and 3rd levels, the original bottleneck had already been broken through twice, so the breakthrough would be much easier. 70 drops, 90 drops, and 110 drops correspond to the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of the Pure Yang Scroll foundation building. 150 drops, 180 drops, 210 drops correspond to the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers of the Pure Yang Scroll foundation building. When the foundation establishment is completed, as long as one is not born with a weak constitution or suffers from premature ejaculation, one will have 240 drops of liquid spiritual energy. In a horizontal comparison, the completion of the foundation establishment stage of the longevity scripture is equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the foundation establishment stage of the Pure Yang scroll. According to Chen Mobai's current cultivation progress, 5 drops every 3 years. If each breakthrough is successful, then it will take about 100 years to cultivate the longevity scripture to the 14th level of foundation establishment. His wood elemental root is still somewhat lacking. This is also due to the Chen Mobai sect's abundance of spirit stone resources. If we add the time spent cultivating the Pure Yang scroll and the Pure Yang Dharma body, Chen Mobai feels that, with his current lifespan of 300 years, he might be able to try for the chance to form a core at the final peak of his body's qi and blood. That's why Chen Mobai was so excited to finally get his hands on the longevity tree fruit, a time-saving spiritual fruit. This would save him a century of hard work. He should first complete the foundation building of the longevity scripture, and then use the spiritual artifact cultivation technique to improve the Pure Yang scrolls realm. In this way, he would be confident that he could attempt to form a core before he turns 100. Even if he fails the first time, he still has 100 years of peak potential afterward, and he can form his core one after another. The immortal sect is short of resources, but the heavenly river realm can find a way. At worst, they can do what Menghong did and eat the spirit void flower and the Changsu mushroom raw. If you try enough, you'll eventually succeed. With his thoughts clear, Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect. He first went to Chicheng Cave. Even though they were both foundation establishment cultivators and the top scholars of their respective academies, they still had to be cautious about the deal they had agreed to with Yu Rulin to buy longevity pills, a deal worth over 4 million merit points. However, according to Chen Mobai's request, he did not need an invoice for this transaction. In other words, he doesn't need to accumulate points, which means that Yanshu Academy won't have to pay taxes, saving them a lot of merit points. Yu Rulin was not surprised by this. After all, many of those who bought the longevity pills from their academy did not want others to know that they had shortened their lifespan. Some of them were destined to die but still wanted to struggle and waste their good deeds. In order to keep their families from knowing, they would also request that the transactions be kept confidential and the accounts not be made public. Chen Mobai purchased so many longevity-enhancing pills at once. If he hadn't given prior notice and the Longevity Academy had started refining longevity pills, he might not have been able to deliver them today. Senior Chen, here is your elixir, please keep it safe. Yu Rulin handed a double-layered wooden box to Chen Mobai, who opened it and found 30 longevity pills in the upper layer and 30 longevity pills in the lower layer. Each pill is individually packaged, very simply. Chen Mobai carefully tore open the packaging of one longevity pill and one longevity pill to inspect them. The transfer has been completed, please check it. After confirming that there was no problem with the pills, Chen Mobai also had his mother transfer the merit points to the Longevity Academy's account. Yu Rulin waited a while and received a notification from the university's financial management personnel that the money had been deposited. A happy expression appeared on his face. He could get a considerable commission from such a large deal. Moreover, since it doesn't count towards the points, you can get more points. However, Chen Mobai didn't suffer a loss either. Since no invoice was issued, the original merit of more than 4 million yuan only cost more than 3,600,000 yuan. If Yanshu Academy has to pay taxes, Chen Mobai will be able to earn points, but the cost of these taxes will definitely be passed on to Chen Mobai. Now that we don't use official accounts, neither side has to pay taxes to the immortal sect. It can be considered a win-win situation. Actually, if Chen Mobai hadn't wanted to keep his purchase of longevity pills a secret, he would have preferred to pay taxes to earn points, since all the good stuff from the immortal sects could be redeemed with points. After finishing their coffee, the two parted ways, each satisfied with the other. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai returned to Giant Tree Ridge with the box of longevity pills. After all, he didn't know what happened when he broke through after consuming the longevity tree fruit. If there were any special weather phenomena or fluctuations that were exposed to the immortal sects, it would be difficult to explain. He decided to try taking Yan Jinna small fruit first. Zio Nanshan is also a third-grade high-quality spiritual vein. In addition, with the spirit-gathering array he borrowed from Yun Yangbing, it can be upgraded to a fourth-grade spiritual vein in a short time, which is no worse than the environment of the Tao Academy. Moreover, the entire spiritual vein of Zion Nanshan belongs solely to him, so there's no need to worry that the Academy's administrators will discover and cut off the spiritual energy supply if the spirit-gathering array extracts too much spiritual energy. Before consuming the longevity tree fruit, Chen Mobai carefully examined his breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage using the formless puppet. After confirming that there were no problems, he took a deep breath and bit open the fruit's shell. In an instant, an indescribable surge of vitality erupted from the fruit, pouring into his 12-story tower like a cascading galaxy, carrying a vast and boundless energy that flowed through his entire body. Chen Mobai felt as if his internal organs and 12 meridians were being soaked in a warm current, undergoing a rapid transformation and improvement. The longevity spiritual energy circulating within his body was like condensed dew, forming drop by drop in his danshan after one complete cycle of the great heavenly cycle. The two mid-grade spirit stones held in his palm were quickly absorbed, turning into white powder and dissipating. But Chen Mobai was prepared. Yunyang Bing's specially made spirit-gathering array was activated, and in an instant, the spiritual energy concentration on the top of Zion and Mountain increased to the fourth-grade low level. Strands of extremely pure spiritual energy, like colorful streams of light, flowed into Chen Mobai's body, where he refined them into drops of immortal spiritual power. Zhuo Ming, who was weeding at the foot of the mountain, felt the earth's energy suddenly weaken and looked up in confusion. Then she saw a white vortex suddenly appear on the summit of Zionin Mountain, which was always shrouded in clouds and mist. It was devouring and sweeping away the surrounding spiritual energy, with faint, colorful light overflowing out. It was like a pool of 7 colored clouds churning on the mountaintop, or like a colorful sun slowly rising on the mountaintop, reflecting rays of rainbow light, which was very dazzling and beautiful. At this moment, Luo Yixuan also returned. Before Chen Mobai went into seclusion, he instructed her to take the mortals and low-level qi refining disciples he had hired to farm in Zaya Anenchen to Zaya Oyangling, in order to avoid any unusual phenomena during his breakthrough that would become public knowledge. However, this has always been the prevailing custom in the Heavenly River realm. When Jai Zhenqi broke through to the late stage of core formation, he did so in secret, intending to use this to trick his opponents. However, he did not expect to encounter Zhou Shenqing and Mo Duguang and was almost killed. Before this seclusion, Chen Mobai told Luo Yixuan that there might be some movement. The latter was very happy, feeling that her master had entrusted her with such an important matter, which meant that he trusted her the most. Actually, Zhu Ming is good at farming, but not good at handling this kind of thing, so he handed it over to Luo Yixuan. At the summit, Chen Mobai's longevity spiritual power quickly increased to 35 drops, but it was still far from enough. He consumed spiritual rice from a young age, so his innate vital energy was abundant, which was clearly insufficient to meet the minimum standards. At this moment, Chen Mobai also felt his lifespan being drained. End of this chapter. Chapter 333, The Essence of the Five Elements. Chapter 333, The Essence of the Five Elements. For a young person like Chen Mobai, the slight depletion of lifespan is nothing to him. But the effects of the longevity tree fruit were simply too great. After drop of spiritual energy was formed, his originally vigorous blood and essence gradually began to calm down, as if he had suddenly passed through his youth and become a middle-aged man. Gradually, his once jet-black hair began to turn gray, indicating that his lifespan had been depleted too much. At the same time, the amount of longevity spiritual energy in the Danshan and Danshan Sea has reached 50 drops, which has truly reached its limit. He finally became clearly aware of the reduction in his lifespan, which manifested in various aspects of his life. Chen Mobai felt his spiritual fluctuations begin to calm down. His essence and blood were drawn out bit by bit from the hidden parts of his body, merging with the warm current in his internal organs and meridians, transforming into a mysterious yet powerful force that gradually expanded his Danshan, which was filled with longevity spiritual power. Time passed day by day. Just as Chen Mobai was breaking through his cultivation level by consuming the tree fruit, his opponent was also making his move. Chenyang Academy. Xiaohu Waihuan respectfully welcomed a man with a sallow complexion and rough skin into a spiritual energy synthesis room. Master Min, I'm sorry to trouble you again. The man's name was Min Fangheng, a renowned fourth-tier geomancer from the immortal sect. In this modern era where the cultivation profession has declined, he could be considered a top expert in the geomancer industry. It's not hard work after all. Nangong Xuanyu has given me enough merit. Min Fangheng smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Then he walked to the magical artifacts in the spiritual energy synthesis room and began to operate and adjust them with practiced ease. Master Min, it wasn't actually the principal who wanted to order the fire Yang Sha this time, but me. Xiaohu Waihuan said something that stunned Min Fangheng, who turned around and looked him up and down before asking a question with a puzzled expression. It's very expensive to have someone custom make an earthly fiend qi for me. Due to resource scarcity, most of the earthly fiend qi in the immortal sect is controlled spiritual material and is prohibited from being mined. However, since many high-level spells, such as Sword Fiend, require this kind of thing, the Bushan Dao Academy developed a method to artificially synthesize earthly fiend qi when the authorities did not allow it. Compared to wild ones, these artificial ones are sometimes more suitable for cultivators. Since it is artificially created, the user's requirements will be fully considered during the synthesis process, so that the evil energy can be refined as quickly and easily as possible after synthesis. Master Yuangsu of Bushan Dao Academy received the Flying Immortal Award, the only one awarded by the Immortal sect in the last 1,000 years, for developing artificially synthesized earthly fiend qi. This is the highest award in the Immortal sect, used to reward groundbreaking technologies. After winning the award, Master Yuangsu generously published his paper on the artificial synthesis of earthly fiend qi to the public. He studied every type of earthly evil energy possessed by the immortal sects and came to a very ordinary conclusion. That is, every strand of earthly evil energy can be broken down into the most basic 5 elements essence. The 5 elements essence is divided into yin 5 elements essence and yang 5 elements essence. In the theory of immortals, they are called the 10 heavenly stems: Jia and Yi wood, Bing and Ding fire, Wu and Su earth, Zheng and Xin metal, and Ren and Gui water. Master Yuangsu started from this point, breaking down each evil aura until it could not be broken down any further. For example, a trace of Yang fire qi is composed of 2 parts Jia wood essence, 3 parts Bing fire essence, 1 part Ding fire essence, 2 parts Wu earth essence, 1 part Zheng metal essence, and 1 part Ren water essence. Then, a cultivator uses custom-made magical artifacts to recreate the special environment in which this earthly fiend qi is generated, and through diligent smelting, earthly fiend qi can eventually be artificially synthesized. Within the immortal sects, those who can do this kind of thing are called earth masters. Min Feng Heng is an expert in artificially synthesizing earthly fiend qi. He is most skilled at condensing fire yang qi. In addition, the Pure Yang Academy has accumulated a lot of wealth and purchased magical artifacts and equipment, which enabled Nangong Xuanyu to cultivate the 9 Yuan Yang sword qi even in the environment of the immortal sect. Master Min, rest assured, it was the principal who asked me to invite you. You need to prepare your own materials. The guidance fee is 100,000 merit points. The service fee is 100,000 merit points, plus 10,000 merit points for travel expenses. 210,000 merit points will be deposited into your account on time every month. All right then, you have experience in condensing the 5 elements of essence, so it won't be too tiring for me to teach you. After suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Lan Haitian and Zhao Chishan, Xiaohu Waihuan, deeply saddened by the loss, realized that the only way to wash away this humiliation before reaching the core formation stage was to master the Yuan Yang sword demon. The cost of artificially synthesizing the earthly fiend qi was not high for Xiaohu Waihuan, but the key was the essence of the 5 elements. The so-called 5 elements essence is the spiritual power obtained by cultivators who practice the 5 elements single attribute techniques through refining spiritual energy, and then reverting it back into spiritual energy through the dissipation of energy. What you get in this way is the purest spiritual energy of the 5 elements, free from any impurities. Those who cultivate the 5 elements technique will not be able to condense the essence of the 5 elements. 500 years ago, when Master Yuangsu first published his paper on the artificial synthesis of evil energy, many geomancers hired low-level qi cultivators to condense it. Back then, condensing a single strand of the 5 elements essence could be sold for 1,000 merit points. For many cultivators who have given up hope of achieving the great Tao, this is a promising path to earn extra money to supplement their family income. Therefore, at that time, many ordinary cultivators who practiced the 5 elements techniques switched to various single-attribute qi cultivation techniques in order to sell the spiritual power they cultivated as 5 elements essence. A cultivator in the late stage of qi refining can condense a strand of 5 elements essence in 3 or 4 days. For cultivators who no longer aspire to foundation establishment, the opportunity to exchange the spiritual energy they have gained through cultivation for tens of thousands of merit points is naturally something they are very willing to do. But soon, as more and more people started selling the condensed 5 elements essence, the price dropped, reaching as low as 100 merit points. Moreover, the immortal sects realized that this behavior was undermining the foundation of society and quickly issued an order to prohibit it. They even went so far as to compare the act of selling the 5 elements essence to selling blood, urging cultivators not to sell their future for a moment of good deeds. Once the behemoth, that is the immortal sect, is activated, naturally no one can stop it. However, the creation of artificially generated earthly fiend chi was not prohibited by the immortal sects. Moreover, as the technology becomes more and more mature, not only can all 13 types of earthly evil energy of the immortal sect be artificially synthesized, but the remaining 59 types of earthly evil energy are also being synthesized in reverse. New papers are published every few years, causing a sensation. So here's the problem. Since the immortal sects prohibit the sale of the 5 elements essence, how can they artificially synthesize the earthly fiend chi? The answer lies in your own refinement. The 9 fire yang sha that Min Feng Heng artificially synthesized for Nangong Xuanyu were painstakingly condensed strand by Nangong Xuanyu himself through his cultivation of the 5 elements technique. They refine and use it themselves. The immortal sects don't interfere, considering it a form of cultivation. Of course, many core formation professors nominally condense their own cores, but in reality, it's their students who do it for them. Nangong Xuanyu was a fairly upright person. Of the 9 fire yang sha, the first 5 were the 5 elements essence he had condensed himself, while the last 4 were done by Xiaohu Weihuan, Sima Xingyu, and others. That's why Min Feng Heng said Xiaohu Weihuan was experienced. According to the standards of the immortal sect, a stream of evil energy is divided into 10 strands, each strand consisting of 10 threads and each thread consisting of 10 strands. If Xiaohu Weihuan were to condense the 5 elements essence alone, even though he had already reached the foundation establishment stage and cultivated qi cultivation techniques very quickly, even if he did 10 repetitions a day, it would still take 1,000 days. He certainly wouldn't be able to catch up with the offline sparring and exchange meeting at the Tao Academy at the end of the year. However, since they have already invited the people, they must have made preparations. Xiaohu Weihuan opened the cabinet on the wall and took out 10 huge, colorful glass bottles one by one, placing them in front of Min Feng Heng. Are you sure you refined all of this yourself? Min Feng Heng looked at the glass bottle filled with the essence of the 5 elements with disbelief, but Xiaohu Weihuan nodded calmly. This is exactly what I have painstakingly refined over the past few years. Min Feng Heng rolled his eyes when he heard this, but he was only concerned with taking the money, and the client had said that the source of the materials was not a problem, so even if it was found out later, it had nothing to do with him. I'll just believe it for now. Once I've mastered the Yuan Yang Sword Fiend, I'll first take down that self-proclaimed expert from the Dance Weapon Academy who won the sword sacrifice duel, then challenge Lan Haitian and avenge my humiliation. When Xiaohu Weihuan saw Min Feng Heng start activating the magical artifact for synthesizing the fire Yang Sha, he clenched his fist and began listing his opponents. However, he then remembered that Sima Xingyu, who had recovered his cultivation, had said that he would personally defeat the Du Fasheng of the Wuki Dao Academy. The battle in which he crippled his cultivation, but was unable to stop Chen Mobai from breaking the record of the Yuan Yang ancestor in the Little Crimson Heaven, has become a demon in Sima Xingyu's heart. In that case, Chen Mobai will be given to junior brother Sima. This mere junior dares to claim victory in a duel. By the end of the year, I'll show him what a true swordsman is. As someone who had also mastered sword light, and even the Yuan Yang sword technique, a swordsmanship technique second only to the immortal sects, Xiaohu Weihuan felt that Sima Xingyu could handle Chen Mobai as easily as a cat catching a mouse. Xian. Chen Mobai opened his eyes, raised his hand to feel the liquid spiritual power within his body that was as still as a deep spring, and couldn't help but cast a spell that he rarely used. You would divine thunder. He had been very fond of this spell ever since he escaped from the Nanshan bandits with a Yimu Divine Thunder talisman. The first second-tier talisman Chen Mobai learned was the Yiwood Divine Thunder talisman. Before drawing the talisman, he naturally had to master the spell. However, since his wood spirit root was quite ordinary, although he mastered it, its power was actually not as great as his sword Rainbow. But things are a little different now. A beam of shimmering blue lightning shot out from his palm, like a sword that split the clouds and mist on the mountaintop, revealing a clear blue sky. Chen Mobai discovered that the power of his spell had already reached 3 or 4 parts of the power of the sword light. Is this the magical enhancement that comes with reaching a higher cultivation level? Indeed, one's level of understanding is the most important thing. Chen Mobai's understanding of the importance of realm was deepened once again. Just then a grayish-white wisp caught his eye. The 6-yang divine fire mirror appeared before his eyes. Looking at his graying hair in the mirror, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. His lifespan of several decades was gone just like that. Although breaking through to a higher realm was exhilarating, seeing himself, who was once in the prime of his life, suddenly enter middle age still made him, with his youthful mindset, feel somewhat melancholic. Fortunately, the lifespan lost can be replenished. Chen Mobai immediately swallowed a longevity pill that he had previously torn open, and after waiting for a while, he felt nothing at all. After all, it can only replenish 1 year of lifespan, which is indeed a drop in the ocean compared to the decades he lost. Chen Mobai wasn't in a hurry, because he could only take 1 longevity pill a day, so he began to experience the feeling after breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. His Danshan and Qi Si expanded more than twice their original size. Under his inner vision, he also saw that there were white lines on the surface of the longevity tree fruit around his Danshan, like a natural confinement. Only by continuing to consume the fruit of the tree of immortality can this barrier be broken. After the breakthrough, Chen Mobai's originally full liquid longevity spiritual power gathered into a pool of secluded spring, which settled in the lower half of his Danshan, while in the upper half, 38 drops of pure yang spiritual power gathered into a small sun. Outside the small sun were 4 sword pellets, nurtured by the cyan flames. This forms a 5-pointed star pattern with 1 large and 4 small points. Once the longevity spiritual power surges, it will be ignited by the azure yang fire, transforming into pure yang spiritual power and fuel to enhance the azure flame sword's power. While Chen Mobai was using the 2 phases technique to link the 2 spiritual energies, he also used the 6-yang divine fire mirror to isolate the wood and fire spiritual energies. The longevity spiritual energy had not yet grown to perfection and was not yet ready to be absorbed. Next, Chen Mobai practiced various spells from the longevity scripture and even used the heavenly wood talisman to unfold the tree seed. Unfortunately, the azure sun tree seed he received during the last war has been returned, so he can only try using the crimson sun spirit tree now. Even so, Chen Mobai has sensed the essence of the divine wood sect's combat techniques. Under the control of the 2 major techniques, the heavenly wood spiritual light underwent countless transformations. In the meantime, he even grasped a glimmer of inspiration for mastering the heavenly wood divine light. It seems that what Ancestor Zhou said was true. Unfortunately, just as he was about to follow this inspiration further, the crimson sun spirit tree beside him suddenly cracked open. A first-order spirit tree simply cannot withstand such evolution. With a sigh, Chen Mobai thought that, when Yue Zhudao returned, he would ask him for advice on how to refine tree seeds. Buying it directly would be too expensive. After Mu Yuan's reminder, Chen Mobai realized that there must be mature Qingyang spirit trees in the divine tree secret realm. He already had one in his back garden, so why should he buy it? After calculating the time, it had been almost a day. Chen Mobai took out the longevity pill, which had also had its packaging torn open, and swallowed it. A single elixir that could replenish his lifespan by 10 years finally made him feel something. He felt a cool sensation flowing through his meridians throughout his body, giving Chen Mobai the illusion that his younger self had returned. However, gray hair will not turn black again. To avoid arousing suspicion, Chen Mobai wanted to ask Luo Yixuan to help him get a haircut, preferably a shaved head, so that no one could tell from his hair that he had shortened his lifespan. However, cultivators in the Heavenly River realm generally have long, flowing hair, so it would be very difficult to explain if he suddenly went bald. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect and went to a high-end hair salon to dye his hair black again. Because he didn't know how much of his lifespan he had lost, and dared not go to the hospital for testing to avoid leaving any traces, Chen Mobai only took 2 longevity pills and 10 longevity supplement pills to avoid wasting them. Having extended his lifespan by 30 years, he finally began to downgrade a large fruit. End of this chapter. Chapter 334, Foundation Establishment Perfection. Chapter 334, Foundation Establishment Perfection. Black Cloud Mountain. Yuan Hongyuan has been sitting under that third-tier immortal peach spirit tree for 4 years. Strands of pure spiritual energy poured into his body from all directions, and his spiritual power fluctuations grew stronger day by day. It was clear that he had crossed a certain boundary and broken through the barrier. He opened his eyes, and his 2 dark, deep gazes were like dark clouds, captivating and imposing, yet also carrying a sense of awe and mystery, as if layers of mist lingered deep within his eyes, containing terrifying power. Since feigning a serious sword wound, Yuan Hongyuan pretended to have his family collect healing elixirs while secretly cultivating here. I don't know how the people in the organization verified it, but they actually believed Yuan Hongyuan's statement. It seems he really did have a great battle with that sword genius from the Divine Wood sect, which is why he was seriously injured. He even sent a few bottles of pills to comfort him. Yuan Hongyuan also pretended to be clueless, sighing and coughing occasionally. After taking the pills, he stayed in Black Cloud Mountain and didn't leave. And that wasn't the only good thing. After taking the pills sent by the organization, his cultivation level, which had been stagnant for a long time, actually showed signs of loosening. Yuan Hongyuan was delighted and asked his family to buy some spiritual items to help him break through his limits. Today, he finally broke through the bottleneck that had plagued him for more than 20 years and made a breakthrough to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Although Yuan Hongyuan is very famous outside, he is known for his strength and is invincible among his peers. But in reality, he knew that it was only because he was cautious and always found out his opponent's techniques and methods before each battle that he had such a brilliant and undefeated record. The greatest achievement, fighting 3 enemies at once, was due to the advantage of the terrain, where a formation had been set up in advance. In addition, the family cultivators worked together to barely repel 3 powerful enemies of the same realm. For 100 years, he had been stuck at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. He had long since lost his ambition and only wanted to live out the rest of his life in peace. If there are promising individuals in the family, he is willing to do his utmost to help them, hoping to continue the Yuan family lineage of Black Cloud Mountain that he has worked so hard to establish. But after breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment today, Yuan Hongyuan felt a little excited. Is it possible to aspire to an even higher level? However, Yuan Hongyuan immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. He's over 100 years old. He was seriously injured several times in his youth while fighting for resources, so he probably only has a lifespan of 100 years at most. It took him 100 years to go from the early to the middle stages of foundation establishment. The next chance for a breakthrough will probably not be seen until the day I die. Moreover, and most importantly, the reason is that the black cloud smoke wave technique he cultivates can only be cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment at most. The subsequent techniques for foundation establishment perfection and core formation are still in the hands of the organization's upper echelons. However, breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage is a good thing no matter what. Yuan Hongyuan used a specially made talisman to tell the person who had been in contact with him about this matter. Those with higher cultivation levels within the organization can obtain more benefits. He had almost exhausted his family's savings in order to break through and planned to take on more missions to earn spirit stones and resources. 3 days later, just as Yuan Hongyuan was consolidating his cultivation, a transmission talisman flew over. After he took it and read it, his expression turned serious, and he immediately activated the protective array on the mountaintop. A familiar figure descended from the sky. "Congratulations on your breakthrough." The visitor still had his back to Yuan Hongyuan, but his tone was much more polite than before. "I still want to thank you for those bottles of chi-boosting pills you sent last time. Why did you come in person today? Do you have another mission?" Yuan Hongyuan stood behind the newcomer, his expression calm, but inwardly he kept wondering, could it be another assassination attempt on the chief disciple of the Divine Wood sect? "You remember the last time you fought Chen Gixian?" The question from the visitor made Yuan Hongyuan's expression stiffen. If it were someone inexperienced, they would probably think that their lie had been exposed. But Yuan Hongyuan had already imagined the earth-shattering battle between himself and Chen Mobai. "I will never forget the pain and damage that his domineering sword aura caused me. If I have the chance, I really want to experience his skills again." "Okay, I'll give you that chance." Yuan Hongyuan, who had just finished speaking with a serious expression, almost lost his composure when he heard what the newcomer said. "I was just saying, don't take it seriously." News of the great battle between the Divine Wood sect and the summit of Mount Han had already spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness. As the most dazzling person in this war, he killed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators with his sword, one of whom was Mu Hangsheng, one of the 9 famous peak masters of the Shaking Mountain. He even went deep into the Yan Kingdom and fought a great battle with Jai Dingjin, the second person of the Shaking Mountain, and the battle ended in a draw. With these illustrious achievements, Chen Mobai had already been hailed by the Shenmu sect as the second-best swordsman in the eastern wilderness. As Chen Mobai's reputation grew, Yuan Hongyuan, who had once fought him to a draw and suffered injuries, also rose in the organization's eyes. Although they knew that he had not built his foundation with strength, they still recognized his excellent combat skills. It just so happens that the organization has people within the Shenmu sect who know that Chen Mobai may be appointed as the garrison commander of Jiangyu. When that happens, he will definitely come out of Jumu Ridge to inspect the surrounding major markets. They were thinking about whether they could take this opportunity to get rid of this most brilliant genius since the Shenmu sect split off. But the others in the organization, upon hearing who the opponent was, all made excuses. "It's not that I don't have time, but I'm either in seclusion, or it's a crucial moment in refining weapons or pills that I can't leave." With no other option, the organization had to appoint personnel. Among them, Yuan Hongyuan is the most crucial player. Don't worry, the organization has also arranged 4 other Foundation establishment cultivators for you this time, and they will also set up ambush points and formations in advance. As long as you can kill Chen Gixian, you will get all the cultivation methods of the black cloud smoke wave technique up to the mid-stage of core formation. After the visitor stated the terms, Yuan Hongyuan remained silent. He was thinking about how to politely refuse. Although he really wanted the subsequent cultivation techniques, Yuan Hongyuan wanted his life even more, and to protect his Yuan family of Black Cloud Mountain. Yuan Hongyuan wasn't fooled. He knew that if he really faced Chen Mobai, it would probably be a matter of one sword strike from the latter. He felt that the best thing he had ever done in his life was giving up the attempt to kill. Otherwise, he would probably have been a corpse 4 years ago. Concerned about his own life and that of his entire clan, Yuan Hongyuan gritted his teeth and decided to tell the truth. "Well, actually, I know that Chen Gixian is very terrifying. Even if you break through, you don't have complete confidence. However, the organization has taken your difficulties into consideration and specially asked me to bring you a Yellow Spring sacred fruit. The sacred fruit of the underworld. Is it a mid-grade fruit?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hongyuan, who was about to reveal everything, stared wide-eyed and swallowed back the words that were about to come out. That's right. The organization gave you this Yellow Spring sacred fruit because it took into account that you have broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. It's perfect to make the most of it. The organization they belong to is called Yellow Springs, and besides foundation establishment pills, what attracts independent cultivators the most is the Yellow Springs sacred fruit. This sacred fruit comes in 3 grades: small, medium, and large. Consuming it allows one to directly break through to a higher realm. Yuan Hongyuan is currently in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As long as he takes the middle stage Yellow Spring sacred fruit, he can directly break through to the late stage of foundation establishment, saving 100 years of qi cultivation and meditation. So when he heard that he could actually obtain such a spiritual item, Yuan Hongyuan immediately put away his hesitation. Even the long-dormant ambitions deep within their hearts began to slowly resurface. After consuming the sacred fruit, he reached the late stage of foundation establishment. With a lifespan of another 100 years, is there even a glimmer of hope for him to form the golden core? Yuan Hongyuan, who had originally planned to lie low and protect the continuation of his family, suddenly felt that he might be able to take a gamble. The organization has been incredibly kind to me. I was able to establish my family in Black Cloud Mountain entirely thanks to the organization's support. Now that I have such a difficult task, I will naturally risk my life. At this point, Yuan Hongyuan started to put on airs again, stroking his black beard with a confident expression. Once my cultivation is fully developed, the battle 4 years ago that ended in a draw can be used to determine whether he lives or dies. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan's contact nodded in satisfaction and then handed Yuan Hongyuan a sealed box from his storage bag. Focus on your cultivation and await my orders. After speaking, the person transformed into a ray of light and disappeared into Black Cloud Mountain. After hearing about the contraindications of consuming the Yellow Spring sacred fruit, Yuan Hongyuan's expression changed slightly, and his eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Zionenchen. Chen Mobai slowly opened his eyes, his 2 bright and clear eyes flashing like 2 sharp swords, cleaving through the surrounding clouds and mist. He raised his right hand, gently clenched his 5 fingers, and the shimmering blue lightning at his fingertips crisscrossed and condensed into a bolt of lightning in his palm. As Chen Mobai raised his hand, the Yiwood divine thunder, like a pillar of cyan light, pierced through all the mist atop Zion Mountain. From afar, it looked as if a giant tree of light had sprung up from the mountaintop, connecting the heavens and the void, sweeping away the rainbows and clouds, shattering the thick clouds into steam, and suppressing all the rain, snow, and ice flowers. All the myriad phenomena around the blue lightning tree of light dissipated into clouds and smoke. The power of this wood divine lightning had already surpassed Chen Mobai's normal purple fire sword light, and even faintly possessed the power of a 3rd-tier weapon. Is this the power of spells cast after reaching the peak of foundation establishment? Indeed, realm of understanding is everything. After experiencing it, Chen Mobai revealed a satisfied smile. He clenched his right hand, trying to retract the divine lightning of the Yi Wood, but found that he could not control it. Left with no other choice, he could only slowly dissipate the power of the spell. About a quarter of an hour later, the azure lightning in his palm obediently retracted, and like flowing water, it transformed back into spiritual energy from his fingertips and flowed back into his danshan. Chen Mobai closed his eyes again and carefully felt the 180 drops of liquid longevity spiritual energy filling his danshan. He couldn't help but grin and burst into laughter. After using magical artifacts to downgrade a large fruit in the Taoist temple, Chen Mobai wasted no time and immediately returned to Zionenchen with all his belongings. Having had the experience of consuming the longevity tree fruit the first time, he was still able to maintain a good balance even though the energy of the second fruit was more surging. However, when consuming the last large fruit, Chen Mobai felt his strength waning. After all, his spiritual consciousness was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and controlling the power of the late foundation establishment stage was truly difficult. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had deduced this situation beforehand using the Wuxiang puppet, so he knew it would happen. Therefore, he used his natal magic weapon, the 6-yang divine fire mirror, as a transit point in his danshan, spending nearly 2 months refining the energy of the tree fruit little by little. Finally, today he has cultivated the longevity scripture to the 14th level. That is, the foundation establishment is complete, with 180 drops of liquid spiritual energy. This seems to be the limit of this technique, which even Chen Mobai with his abundant innate vital energy cannot surpass. But for him, that was enough. After all, it saved a century of hard work. Next, he only needs to concentrate on the pure Yang scroll. Once the pure Yang scroll has reached the foundation establishment stage, one can attempt to form the core. Speaking of which, it seems we can start preparing to acquire core formation spiritual items. There are too many rules and regulations in the immortal sect, but it's different in the heavenly river realm. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you can basically collect 1 or 2 kinds. Within the Shenmu sect, there exists the Changsu immortal mushroom, and Meng Hong, having reached the core formation stage, cut off a slice intending to eat it raw. If he wants to form his core, he should submit an application, and I think the 2 patriarchs would be willing to grant it. However, Chen Mobai wanted more. He wanted to collect materials for a batch of golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills in the heavenly river realm. If that wasn't possible, he would also accept materials for wood element golden pills and fire element golden pills. Previously, Chen Mobai felt that core formation was still far away from him, and since his cultivation level was not yet complete, he only thought about it in his mind and did not take any action. But now it's time to give it a try. But before that, there is one more thing to do. Chen Mobai took out a communication talisman and summoned his 2 disciples from the foot of the mountain to come up. A short while later, Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan passed through the cloud formation and entered. "Greetings, Master." Chen Mobai saw surprise in their eyes and couldn't help but think of something. He brushed the hair by his ear and found that it had lost all its luster. He plucked a hair and found that the root was completely white. He took out the 6-yang divine fire mirror and looked at himself, and found that he had matured a lot, with fine lines appearing on his forehead. Moreover, all the new hair growth at the roots is completely white, with only the part dyed 2 months ago still being black, which shows that the hair dye used by that hair salon is acceptable and does not fade. I am in seclusion to cultivate a forbidden technique. What you see during this time must be kept secret. Yes, Master. Minger, go to Zioyang Ridge and bring back all those mortals and qi refining disciples from the sect. Some batches of spirit rice at the foot of the mountain are about to ripen, and you can't manage it all by yourself. Zhuo Ming immediately accepted the order and took his leave. Luo Yixuan stood obediently in place, without asking why she wasn't sent. You see, it was she who was in charge of moving these people away from Zion and Chen. Xuaner, I remember you have a secret technique to conceal your cultivation level. Before Chen Mobai could even speak, Luo Yixuan swiftly took out a booklet from her storage bag and respectfully handed it to him. Master, this is the Return to Origin secret technique that I obtained by chance in the market of Yun Kingdom. End of this chapter. Chapter 335 Golden Core Realm. Chapter 335 Golden Core Realm. The cultivators in the eastern wilderness are generally more mature and independent at a young age. Before joining the Shenmu sect, Luo Yixuan had interned for a period of time in her family's shop in the market. It was a bookstore that mainly sold books about the customs and culture of the cultivation world and introductions to cultivation forces from various countries. Of course, it also had a few common cultivation techniques, cultivation arts, spells, and other inheritances. This returning to origin secret technique was originally brought over by a down-on-his-luck rogue cultivator who wanted to exchange it for some spirit stones. Luo Yixuan happened to be at work at the time. After looking at it, she thought it was good, so she bought it with 5 spirit stones that she had saved up in private. She also made the down-and-out rogue cultivator swear an oath not to sell it to anyone else. Since she was the only one in the shop at the time, Luo Yixuan kept the book of the Giyuan secret technique and secretly practiced it herself. Chen Mobai found this secret technique quite interesting. When Luo Yixuan concealed her cultivation level, none of the Foundation establishment cultivators who came into contact with her saw through it. Chen Mobai also noticed that her use of magic during the competition was strange and somewhat incongruous, and after careful observation, he was able to see through her. After reading the booklet, I discovered that this returning to origin secret technique has 3 levels. The first level is Luo Yixuan's level, which conceals her spiritual energy fluctuations and can reveal a cultivation level that others might mistakenly believe. However, when encountering a cultivator with spiritual eyes, or a meticulous person with strong divine sense, they can still see through the disguise and discern the true level of cultivation. The second level is different. It involves keeping only the spiritual power required to express one's desired cultivation level in one's dantian and dantian, while hiding the rest of the excess spiritual power in one's natal magic weapon. Unless one exposes themselves or cultivates a special technique for perceiving realms, no one can see through it. The final, third layer is a bit mysterious. It refers to hiding one's unwanted spiritual power within the surrounding world, so that no one can see through it. However, to master this level, one must first create a small void. It's like carrying a pool of spiritual energy with you. When you need it, you can draw it out and store it in your dantian, and when you don't need it, you can inject it back into the small void and hide it. This looks so much like the golden core realm of the immortal sects. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel. One of the defining achievements of core formation cultivators from the immortal sect is the creation of a small, portable space. This small space can be used for storage, for fighting, or even for living. The reason why this golden core realm exists is said to be because, during the earliest period of the War of Creation, the Earth star bordered a certain other world, but found that the living environment there was completely different from that of ordinary living beings. The spiritual energy contained in the void was a highly poisonous substance for cultivators. This resulted in a situation where, after the gate between the two worlds opened, powerful beings from other worlds could enter Earth star without restraint, while cultivators from the immortal sects could only defend their home planet, putting them in a very passive position. Therefore, while resisting the invasion from another world, the upper echelons of the immortal sect also gathered all the top talents to study how to solve this problem. The power of the collective is immense, and soon the concept of boundary was discovered. By cultivating a small space, cultivators can create an environment and atmosphere favorable to themselves, as well as store items and magical artifacts. They can then use the space to envelop themselves and isolate themselves from the deadly poisons of the other world. However, not everyone can master the realm. It requires powerful spiritual energy to open it up, along with sufficient divine sense to control it. Moreover, it must be done in a vacuum environment, because the void is the purest and easier to open up, and it also requires the help of the supreme treasure of the immortal sect, the boundary gate. Generally speaking, only cultivators who have reached the core formation stage are capable of opening up new domains. Therefore, the common people of the immortal sects call it the golden core realm. Of course, there are also very rare exceptions where a boundary can be created before the core is formed. Such a person is 1 in a million. They are truly a peerless genius. In this generation of the immortal sect, there are only 2. One is Lan Haitian, and the other is Yan Bingxuan's aunt. However, because Lan Haitian is the face of Kunpeng Dao Academy and has done a lot of things, and has never been defeated since his debut, his reputation is bigger, and he is known as the #1 foundation establishment cultivator in the immortal sect. Yan Qiangji, on the other hand, was more low-key, so she was not well known, but she was known among the upper echelons of the immortal sects. However, compared to Lan Haitian, who entered officialdom and worked hard for the immortal sect for 60 years to obtain the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, Yan Qiangji has always been in the natural academy, so she can only obtain 1 water element golden elixir. If she were to reach the core formation stage, there might be risks involved. After Chen Mobai finished reading the Giyuan secret technique, he thought of this. Core formation cultivators in the heavenly river realm do not have such a thing as a boundary. So when he saw the third level of the returning to origin secret technique, which had a similar effect, he couldn't help but marvel. As expected, geniuses share similar ideas. The cultivator from the heavenly river realm who created this secret technique is truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, the booklet's description of the cultivation method for the third level is very vague, only mentioning the situation after it is mastered. Chen Mobai once again expressed his deep resentment towards the inheritance of knowledge in the heavenly river realm. Since the person who created this secret technique was able to master the third level and even wrote it down, he must have had a unique cultivation method, but he simply didn't write it down. How to practice, figure it out yourself. Xuaner, can you find out the origin of this returning to origin secret technique? Chen Mobai asked his young apprentice, Luo Yixuan, who nodded and shared her guess. There is a Giyuan sect in the Ming dynasty. Although it has declined now, it produced core formation cultivators 1,000 years ago. I think this secret technique may have been passed down from them. Of the 19 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness, the Ming kingdom is the territory of the earth vein under the 5-element sect. If you have some free time later, please gather information about the Giyuan sect. After giving Luo Yixuan a single instruction, Chen Mobai dismissed her. He is about to begin practicing the returning to origin secret technique. He was only looking at it for reference, because the immortal sects valued privacy, so cultivators wouldn't practice spells that concealed their cultivation level. Because there is no concern about this at all, knowledge of this kind of skill and secret technique is very limited. On the other hand, those in the heavenly river realm who have the means will also learn a spell to conceal their cultivation level, which they use to fish for themselves and to counterfish for others. Therefore, there are many spells in this area, and the Shenmu sect has collected several of them. Unexpectedly, Luo Yixuan's returning to origin secret technique was quite good and very suitable for Chen Mobai. Although he was only a foundation establishment cultivator, he possessed a natal magic weapon. This is a perfect opportunity to store the longevity spiritual energy within the 6-yang divine fire mirror. With his current level of cultivation, mastering this secret technique would naturally be a piece of cake. 10 days later, while taking longevity pills and cultivating the returning to origin secret technique, he immediately mastered the first level. However, just as he was preparing to master the second level in one go, he encountered a minor setback. The 6-yang divine fire mirror belongs to the fire element, and wood attribute spiritual energy is most delicious to it. After liquid longevity spiritual energy is injected into it, it actually has an instinctive fluctuation of wanting to eat it. After using the formless puppet for deduction and trial and error, Chen Mobai found a way to suppress the fluctuations of the magic weapon with his divine sense. Similar to a domain, he wrapped the longevity spiritual power with his divine sense and then hid it in the 6-yang divine fire mirror. Fortunately, it was all his own power, so he only needed a small amount of divine sense to do this. With his current level of spiritual power, he can maintain it for 2 or 3 months. However, such prolonged consumption was not a good thing, and he wondered if he could obtain another natal magic weapon with the wood or water attributes. Generally speaking, only core formation cultivators can refine their own natal magic weapons, which are called magic treasures in the heavenly river realm. Of course, there are also some special techniques that can achieve this. The immortal sects' methods of weapon cultivation evolved from the Kantanki. In the heavenly river realm, when Chen Mobai was choosing a cultivation method for Zhuo Ming, he saw a book called Mountain Chasing Technique. The mountain-turning seal cultivated with it can also be considered a natal magic weapon. However, the methods of weapon cultivation in the heavenly river realm are quite different from those of the immortal sect. The popular lineage of the immortal sect, known as the Kantanki, uses magical artifacts to nurture people. However, In the heavenly river realm, due to the preciousness of magical artifacts, people nurture the artifacts, which is extremely wasteful of resources. While cultivators themselves are progressing, they also have to support the advancement of magical artifacts, which is very troublesome. However, Chen Mobai was not afraid of wasting resources, because as his status in the Divine Wood sect increased day by day, it became easier for him to obtain resources such as spirit stones. In addition, now that he had completed the foundation establishment of the longevity scripture, it was not impossible for him to cultivate another natal magic weapon. However, this matter will be considered later. After all, one's natal magic weapon is very important. If one does not choose the right magic weapon embryo at the beginning, and later one's cultivation level is high, but the magic weapon can only be limited to a low level due to the limitations of the materials at the beginning, then it is better not to cultivate it at all. Therefore, the most crucial aspect of the artifact cultivation method in the heavenly river realm is to leave enough room for advancement when refining the embryo of a magic weapon. Even if we don't talk about 4th or 5th tier, we should at least be able to upgrade to 3rd tier. Chen Mobai felt that his future was bright and promising, and thought that the 3rd rank might not be his limit. But the requirements aren't high. All I want is a magic weapon embryo that can be upgraded to the 4th tier. Of course, it would be even better if there were higher level ones. After another 10 days, and having consumed all the longevity pills, Chen Mobai finally stored 130 drops of longevity spiritual power into the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror before officially announcing his exit from seclusion. He stood on the mountain, full of vigor, looking down at the bustling scene on Xian'anchen Mountain. Since it was already autumn, Zhu Ming began leading the returning mortals and lower-level qi refining disciples to harvest various kinds of spirit rice. Not only was Luo Yixuan helping, but Liu Wenbai, who was healing and recovering his energy, also came. Everyone in the Xian'anchen lineage knows that Chen Mobai attaches great importance to farming. Whenever the spirit rice is harvested, he will personally take charge of the harvest unless he is in seclusion. Therefore, Liu Wenbai and Zhu Ming never missed the harvest season of spirit rice in the previous few years. Luo Yixuan was even more astute. Since becoming an apprentice, she quickly figured this out and returned every time. When Chen Mobai saw this scene from the mountain, he couldn't help but feel gratified. At least he influenced those around him to value agriculture, which made his talent for farming worthwhile. After returning to the immortal sect to re-dye his hair, Chen Mobai also went down the mountain. Wenbai, if you haven't recovered your strength, you don't need to come to do things like the harvest. After Chen Mobai descended the mountain, his 3 disciples immediately came to pay their respects. My hands and feet have become a bit clumsy from being in seclusion for so long, so this is a good time to stretch them out. Liu Wenbai said respectfully. His complexion had regained its rosy hue, but Chen Mobai could sense that his blood energy and cultivation level had not yet returned to their peak. Haha, very well. It's been a long time since the 4 of us, master and disciples, have gathered together. Come up the mountain after the harvest today and have a good drink with your master. Over the years, Chen Mobai has become more and more like a teacher. After he finished speaking with a loud laugh, he walked first to a golden rice field, picked a heavy bunch of rice ears, and then picked a single grain of spirit rice from it with a look of satisfaction. Just by feeling the abundant vitality contained within the plump grains of rice, I knew that this year would be another good harvest. Minger did a good job. Chen Mobai praised Zhu Ming, whose round face blushed slightly with embarrassment, but she didn't forget to be modest. My senior brother and junior sister also helped a lot. Without their reign, we wouldn't have had such a good harvest. Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan immediately declined, saying that they had only done their part and that Zhu Ming was the one who had to work the hardest. Very good. I'm very pleased to see that you 3 have such a good relationship. Chen Mobai shook the bundle of rice in his hand with satisfaction, and in an instant, an invisible sword aura flew out, sweeping across the acre of spiritual field in front of him. The sword energy precisely avoided all living beings, only slicing off the rice stalks. With his help, the harvest of all the spirit fields was completed quickly. However, the subsequent processes of collecting, hulling, storing, and even brewing wine still required manual labor. Chen Mobai did not do everything himself, leaving it to Zhuo Ming to arrange. That evening, the four of them drank and made merry on the top of Xiaonanshan Mountain. Even the usually modest and gentlemanly Liu Wenbai drank too much and eventually collapsed onto the table and fell asleep. Luo Yixuan's fair and delicate face was flushed, and her already bright eyes became even more dreamy, as if she had suddenly transformed from a dignified young lady into a charming young woman, radiating allure. The new wine seemed to have a strong effect. Luo Yixuan had just stood up, bit her smooth lips and walked to Chen Mobai, wanting to toast him again, when suddenly her eyes became unfocused and she collapsed. "Minger, I didn't expect you to have the best alcohol tolerance." Chen Mobai reached out and supported his little apprentice. Turning around, he noticed that although Zhuo Ming's cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes were still very clear. "Master, let me do it." Zhuo Ming, who was sitting behind her desk, immediately got up and came over when she saw Luo Yixuan drunk. She took the fallen Luo Yixuan from Chen Mobai's hands. "Well, that's enough for today. You take Chuaner down there and Wenbai can stay on the mountain to rest tonight." The more Chen Mobai looked at Zhuo Ming, the more he felt that she was suitable to inherit his mantle and praised her with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 336 Secret. Chapter 336 Secret. After the harvest, Yan Jinai led a group of disciples from the alchemy department to visit him, knowing the place well. In the past 2 years, thanks to the pill formulas obtained from Chen Mobai, Yan Jinai has become quite famous in the Shenmu sect. Once an alchemist has a good start, he will enter a virtuous cycle. After practicing with over a dozen batches of medicinal herbs, Yan Jinai finally found the knack and produced a finished product. Because the Tian realm did not pay much attention to the poison of pills, the pills that Yan Jinai refined to increase cultivation were quickly promoted to the entire Shenmu sect through the alchemy department. The pill formulas of the immortal sects have undergone countless additions, modifications, and deletions, and countless clinical trials, making them practically perfect. Naturally, their effects are excellent, exceeding those of ordinary pills on the market by 20–30%. Every time Yan Jinai produces pills, they are snapped up immediately. Congratulations, junior sister. You are now hailed as the #1 female alchemist in the sect. I heard that Minister Zheng is planning to retire and let you take over. At the summit of Xiaonanshan Mountain, Chen Mobai smiled and personally poured Yan Jinai a cup of sake. "It's not that easy. I don't have the experience of guarding 4 kingdoms yet. Moreover, my master has refined 2 batches of foundation establishment pills in recent years, which has taken up a lot of his cultivation time. He is complaining about this to the new sect leader." Yan Jinai shook her head and explained the reason. At this moment, Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan also came up. Zhuo Ming came to lead the alchemy disciples brought by Yan Jinai to brew medicinal wine. The 2 leaders were also familiar with her, so there was no need for them to say much. Upon seeing her, they directly bid farewell to Chen Mobai and Yan Jinai. Luo Yixuan stayed behind to serve, mainly helping to pour drinks. Refining a single batch of foundation establishment pills requires a year's worth of attention, and it is indeed a lot of hard work for Minister Zheng. Chen Mobai had heard of the Orthodox Foundation Establishment Pill and the Demon Beast Foundation Establishment Pill before. He knew that, although the success rate of the 2 was vastly different, the steps and various medicinal materials were the same. He had spent at least 2 years of his cultivation time lying in the fold, which was consumed by refining pills. Chu Zuoshu had just taken office, and his prestige was not as high as Meng Hong's, so it's no wonder that Zheng Woyu took this opportunity to strike. Master doesn't actually want to retire. He's making demands on the new sect leader. He wants to refine the authentic foundation establishment pill. Yan Jinai and Chen Mobai shared a deep bond forged through life and death, even more intimately than Yi Yun and Yuan Chia in some respects. Their friendship was also much simpler, so after the idle disciples were taken down the mountain by Zhuo Ming, she naturally revealed Zheng Woyu's true intentions. Luo Yixuan, who was standing nearby, was slightly surprised when she heard the news. Oh, weren't they usually processed by Huishan Valley? In the medicinal fields of Shenmu sect, 10 jade marrow golden fungus can be harvested every 10 years to refine foundation establishment pills. Apart from the 3 that are given to Golden Light Cliff, the remaining 7, along with various auxiliary medicines, are entrusted to Huishan Valley for refinement. As the #1 alchemy sect in the eastern wilderness, Huishan Valley can guarantee a success rate of 5 or 6 foundation establishment pills per batch. Even if Huishan Valley takes 1 pill from each batch as a fee for alchemy, Shenmu sect can still guarantee at least 30 foundation establishment pills. These foundation establishment pills will first be supplied to the disciples or descendants of foundation establishment cultivators who died for the sect, or to cultivation families that have made contributions to the Divine Wood sect. For example, in this great battle against the summit of Hanshin Mountain, the patriarch of the Bao family in Lei Kingdom died in battle, and Chu Zuoshu promised to compensate him with a foundation establishment pill. This concerns the reputation of the Shenmu sect. Even if it's not given to the sect's disciples, this 1 grain must be personally delivered to Bao Qiyuan, a descendant of the Bao family. Besides Bao Qiyuan's pill, Chu Zuoshu also promised Lion Chenghai and the other 3 major cultivation families in Lei Kingdom that they could purchase a foundation establishment pill from Shenmu sect at any time. If they also wanted one after this pill was successfully refined, it would definitely be given priority. After all, it concerns the face of the new leader. In this battle against the summit of Hanshin Mountain, the Shenmu sect lost 5 foundation establishment cultivators. In order to unite the people's hearts, the expenditure of these 5 cultivators also needs to be taken into account. In other words, it is very likely that not all true disciples will be able to exchange for foundation establishment pills when the jade marrow golden fungus matures this time. Those ranked at the bottom might have to wait for the next batch if they're unlucky. Since Master is getting old, he no longer expects to make any breakthroughs in his cultivation. So now he only wants to refine various kinds of pills. He has refined 4 foundation establishment pills for demon beasts and feels that he has mastered the secrets of refining foundation establishment pills. He wants to try refining the orthodox foundation establishment pill. After hearing Yan Jinai's words, Chen Mobai nodded in understanding. What is the sect leader's opinion? There has been no response yet, so Master is a little angry. During the meeting of the 3 halls and 12 departments, he said that he was getting old and wanted to retire and go into seclusion with the former sect leader to comprehend the great Tao of Golden Core. As the rumor spread, it turned into the rumor that I was going to succeed Master as the head of the alchemy department. After Yan Jinai revealed the truth, Chen Mobai shook his head slightly. Chu Zuoshu had just taken over as sect leader, and Zheng Woyu had done things this way, which made things a bit difficult to handle. Senior brother, the sect leader will definitely not back down on this matter, and my master is also in a difficult position after saying those words. I'm afraid we need someone to mediate between us. Just as Chen Mobai was pondering, Yan Jinai suddenly said something that surprised him greatly. Luo Yixuan, who was standing to the side, also understood the implied meaning in Uncle Yan's words and couldn't help but look up. Junior sister, although I am considered a former subordinate of the sect leader, I am still under the jurisdiction of the reward hall. Without the sect leader's summons, it is not appropriate to go and ask for an audience rashly. After all, he has the aloof persona of a sword cultivator. Senior brother, I have no choice but to do this. The former sect leader has already gone into seclusion, and Master refuses to ask anyone he knows to speak with the sect leader. I, as his disciple, am left to worry about this. Yan Jinai said with a wry smile that, with neither Chu Zuoshu nor Zheng Woyu willing to back down, she took the opportunity of brewing wine to ask Chen Mobai for help, under the guidance of Lu Yi from the transmission department. It's a pity that senior brother Yue is still guarding the Lei Kingdom, otherwise he would be the most suitable candidate. Chen Mobai thought of Yue's Yuda. As Chu Zuoshu's personal disciple, Although his cultivation level was locked by the longevity tree fruit, he had always been Chu Yuoshu's closest and most trusted disciple. Have you gone to see Senior Brother Sun from the Spirit Plant Department? Sun Gaecheng was also one of Chu Yuoshu's men, and Chen Mobai felt that he was more suitable for this task than he was. Inspector Sun saw me, but his intention was that it would be best if my master yielded first. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that Sun Gaecheng's clear stance meant he was the new sect leader. Minister Zheng has also helped me. I can try to sound out the sect leader about this matter, but I certainly won't make things difficult for him. You should be prepared. Yan Jinai nodded in understanding upon hearing this. I will go back and persuade Master again. Senior brother, this is just a small token of my respect. Before leaving, Yan Jinai handed over a jade box. When Chen Mobai opened it, he found 3 ripe bamboo fruits. Junior sister is very kind, but the matter has not yet been accomplished. I cannot accept a gift without merit. Consider these bamboo fruits as a gift from me. Chen Mobai took out 1,000 spirit stones from his storage bag, but the latter shook his head and refused to accept them. Senior brother, I originally wanted to give you some pills to improve your cultivation, but I just paid off the spirit stones I owed my master in the past 2 years. I also spent a lot of money on medicinal materials when I practiced the new pill formula. All the pills I made were used to exchange for spirit stones to pay off my debts. I will come back to thank you next year when I finish making my batch of Yiyuan pills. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai shook his head even faster than Yan Jinai. He had no interest in the pills offered. Then I'll accept it for now. By the way, junior sister, when Xuaner became my disciple, the Luo family gave me a camel's fern. How can we make the most of this third-tier medicinal herb? Although this third-tier herb was well preserved, Chen Mobai was still worried that its medicinal effects would dissipate over time. I haven't had time before, but now that I've completed the foundation establishment stage of the Longevity Sutra, I have some free time to deal with it. If it's just one plant, it can be ground into a paste with some auxiliary herbs to strengthen the muscles and bones in certain parts of the body. I heard that the senior brothers in the sword training department use this to improve the flexibility and strength of their fingers. It seems that the talisman-making department also has a recipe for using this herb to make talisman ink, which can produce a very bright red color. Chen Mobai had a slightly inappropriate thought after hearing the beginning, while Luo Yixuan, standing to the side, blushed slightly and lowered her head. I see, it's mainly for body training. Similar to the immortal sect. The camel-shaped lotus of the immortal sect is called Gu Dual Lion. Chen Mobai also consulted Qing Nu about it. It can be used to refine some pills that can improve strength and blood circulation and enhance physical strength. After Yan Jinai left, Chen Mobai finished his wine and was about to leave to pay his respects to Chu Yuoshu, the new sect leader, when Luo Yixuan suddenly refilled his empty wine glass. Master, judging from what Uncle Yan said, if we want to secure the foundation establishment pill this time, we probably need to be among the top 20 true disciples. Luo Yixuan's face was full of worry, but Chen Mobai didn't notice his disciple's little thoughts and naturally began to give her pointers. You've already reached the 9th level of Qi refining, and as long as you have enough combat experience, entering the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Here's what we'll do. You still have 6 years left. If I have time in the future, come up the mountain and I'll teach you some combat techniques. Thank you, Master. Luo Yixuan's worry immediately turned to joy, and her bright eyes shone for a moment, as if the sun had just shone after the rain. When you come up, call out to Wenbai and Zhuoming. I'll teach the 3 of you together to save you the trouble. But Chen Mobai's next words caused Luo Yixuan's joy to dissipate by more than half. After Chen Mobai rode the crimson clouds and smoke robe into the sky and disappeared, Luo Yixuan stomped her foot in annoyance, raised the wine jug in her hand, and directly poured it down her red lips in one gulp. After finishing her drink, she wiped the wine stains from her lips. Although her fair cheeks were flushed, her eyes were clear, and her lips were slightly pouting, as if she was scolding herself for being too clever for her own good. Your wine is definitely the best. In a side hall of the Divine Tree Palace, Chu Zuoshu, looking exhausted, finished the sake brought by Chen Mobai and let out a long, satisfying sigh. If you want a drink in the future, just let me know, and I'll have my disciples bring it over. Chen Mobai felt that his family's wine shop was reminiscent of the milk tea shops in the immortal sect. Because there were many hybrid spirit rice varieties, the wine brewed from each different type of spirit rice would have different flavors due to various factors such as climate and medicinal herbs. Therefore, every time he opened a new wine, he felt a sense of novelty, like opening a blind box. The new wines he brought as gifts were mostly new flavors, which made Chu Zuoshu and others in the eastern wilderness, who were used to drinking only one or two kinds of bland yellow wines, feel very novel. However, the most popular among Qi refining disciples is still the classic version that helps improve cultivation and spiritual sense. So that's what it is. I understand what junior brother Zheng means. The foundation establishment pill is one of the lifelines of the sect, and it's best to keep it in the hands of our own people. After hearing the reason why Chen Mobai had come, Chu Zuoshu sighed and gave another, less honorable reason. Alchemists are the richest of all the immortal arts. Over the years, Huishan Valley has accumulated countless spirit stones and wealth by relying on alchemy and the cultivation of third-grade spirit rice. If all of these were used to improve the overall strength of Huishan Valley, even the largest five-element sect in the eastern wilderness might not be able to compare with them. Therefore, the Shenmu sect entrusted the Rejuvenation Valley with the refining of foundation establishment pills and other elixirs. Besides their high success rate, there was also a desire to use elixir refining to hinder the cultivation of Yan Sheiyin and others. This was actually the policy of the five-element sect back then. At that time, the primordial ancestor was still alive, so we forcibly assigned the task of refining foundation establishment pills to the returning Heaven Valley and made them guarantee that each batch would have 6 pills. If there were not enough, the returning Heaven Valley would have to compensate. This was to force Yan Sheiyin to refine pills himself. In this way, he, the most outstanding alchemist in the eastern wilderness in the last 200 years, would be delayed in refining pills for a period of time every 10 years, thus ruining his potential to go further. Chu Zuoshu also treated Chen Mobai as an outsider and revealed the real reason why he allowed Huishan Valley to refine pills. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh that the cultivation world in the Heavenly River realm was truly a naked dog-eat-dog world, and it was a wonder that Yan Sheiyin accepted such conditions. He was truly able to endure it. If that's the case, then why is Huishan Valley still willing to refine foundation establishment pills for our Shenmu sect? Chu Zuoshu coldly revealed another secret matter. This was something that Yan Sheiyin personally promised to the Hunyuan ancestor. Although our Shenmu sect and Jingguang Cliff separated from the five-element sect, we still have an unspoken understanding regarding suppressing the other major sects in the eastern wilderness. After the ancestor passed away, Yan Sheiyin wanted to break the treaty. He even joined forces with Chuixu Palace, Liujia Mountain, and Hanshin Mountain, and also brought in the Starry Sky Merchant Guild for assistance. However, our five-element sect's 5-core formation true persons fought them 5 times in a row and won 3 and lost 2. However, later on, our Shenmu sect and Jingguang Cliff separated from the five-element sect, and without the nascent soul ancestor, it was impossible to get Yan Sheiyin to agree to such harsh conditions, so it became what it is now. The foundation establishment pills are still refined by Huishan Valley, and we only guarantee that each batch will produce at least 5 pills. I am very grateful to the 2 generous donors, Chinese letter 123 and Elephant CYL, for their generous donations. I will arrange for them to write extra chapters in the next couple of days. End of this chapter. Chapter 337, Before the Great Tree. Chapter 337, Before the Great Tree. Sect Leader, if it was true that having Huishan Valley refine foundation establishment pills before delayed Yan Sheiyin's cultivation, then under the current conditions, it probably won't be a big deal for him. Chen Mobai knew that Chu Zuoshu was someone who was easily persuaded, so he directly spoke his mind. When the primordial ancestor was alive, the five-element sect imposed strict requirements on the number of foundation establishment pills that Huishan Valley had to refine, so Yan Shayan had to do it himself. But now that there are no nascent soul cultivators, the conditions are much more lenient, and they can even use the materials provided by the sect to train their own disciples. Indeed, since we split from the five-element sect in just a few decades, Huishan Valley has cultivated two more third-level alchemists. If this continues, they may really surpass us in the future. After listening to Chen Mobai's words, Chu Zuoshu took out the dossier of Huishan Valley and looked at it, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. However, suppressing Huishan Valley and agreeing to Zheng Woyu's request to refine the Orthodox Foundation Establishment pill are two different things. If I bow down to him on this matter, and everyone in the 3 palaces and 12 departments does the same thing in the future, then will I have no choice but to keep retreating. For the same reason, compared to suppressing Huishan Valley, Chu Zuoshu's primary task was to establish his own prestige. Although he had been in charge of the reward hall for decades, it was not as prosperous and had as many disciples as Meng Hong. He was appointed as the head of the sect because there was no suitable candidate other than him. At this critical moment, Zheng Woyu suddenly jumped out and went against Chu Zuoshu, which naturally displeased him. Currently, the sect only has senior brother Zheng as a third-level alchemist. He is responsible for refining many things, including the pills that the 2 elders take daily. If things drag on for too long and the 2 elders get involved, it may be detrimental to the sect leader. Chen Mobai's words were tactful, but Chu Zuoshu understood them and couldn't help but frown. The 2 patriarchs chose him to succeed as sect leader mainly for a smooth transition. If Chu Zuoshu performs well, he can, like Meng Hong, accumulate contributions and wait for the right time to use the sect's power to obtain a core formation spiritual item, and then step down and hand over the position to a worthy successor. However, if internal instability is caused from the beginning, disturbing the 2 patriarchs, even if the matter is resolved in the future, the impression of the sect in the eyes of everyone will probably be greatly reduced. I can't possibly back down. If he's willing to admit defeat in public, it wouldn't be a bad idea to refine 2 batches of Orthodox Foundation Establishment pills for him. Upon hearing Chu Zuoshu's words, Chen Mobai knew that his next words would make sense. To preserve the sect leader's dignity, our sect will not give the 7 batches of authentic Foundation Establishment pills refined by Huishan Valley to senior brother Zheng. However, if we can find the ingredients for a few more batches of Foundation Establishment pills for senior brother Zheng, I think he will be very willing to bow down to the sect leader during the meeting of the 3 halls and 12 departments. Chu Zuoshu didn't quite understand what he was saying. He drank a cup of wine, his face full of confusion. You mean to purchase medicinal herbs such as jade marrow and golden fungus from outside in the name of the sect? Wouldn't that be redundant? If I did that, I would be looked down upon even more. Sect leader, don't we have to give 3 jade marrow golden fungus to Golden Light Cliff in every batch? Chen Mobai gently reminded him, and Chu Zuoshu was taken aback at first, then his expression suddenly became clear. Will Jin Guang Cliff agree? I heard from senior brother's son Gaiacheng that every time the jade marrow golden fungus matures, the spirit plant department prepares 10 batches of auxiliary medicines for refining Foundation Establishment pills and sends them to Huishan Valley at the same time. We also go to collect the Foundation Establishment pills and then deliver them over. I think as long as the quantity is correct, even if they find out, they won't say anything. As brother sects, Shenmu sect and Jingguang Cliff are closely connected. Whenever they fight, they only need to shout, and the other side will usually come. For example, in this battle against the summit of Hanshan Mountain, if Mo Duguang hadn't intervened, Shenmu sect might not have been able to win. So although in name the Divine Wood sect only needs to give Golden Light Cliff 3 jade marrow golden fungus every 10 years, since the sword cultivators of Golden Light Cliff only know how to fight and are not good at farming or alchemy, the auxiliary medicines are also prepared by them. Of course, Golden Light Cliff will also give spirit stones, but since the 2 factions have a good relationship, it's basically like giving them away for free. Chen Mobai's idea was to let Zheng Wuyu refine the 3 batches of foundation establishment pills at Golden Light Cliff, and regardless of the final number of pills produced, they could simply make up the difference. Given these conditions, the latter would certainly be willing to yield to Chu Zuoshu at the meeting. I understand what you mean, but it's best to clarify this matter with Jin Guangya beforehand. Any trust begins to crumble from small acts of carelessness. The group of disciples from our sect who went to Jin Guangya for exchange and study will be returning next month. Jia Songyang should be escorting them. He is one of the 12 sword masters of Jin Guangya and a rare person in charge. I'll talk to him first. After hearing these words, Chen Mobai looked at Chu Zuoshu with even greater admiration. No wonder the 2 patriarchs unanimously chose him to succeed as the sect leader. His interpersonal skills were truly superb. But Chu Zuoshu shared the same thought, believing that Chen Mobai was very adept at understanding human relationships. The more he thought about it, the more brilliant the plan seemed, as it would not only enhance his prestige within the sect, but also allow him to gradually break free from his dependence on alchemy at Huishan Valley. Suppressing Huishan Valley was a policy of the 5 Elements sect, and it was no longer feasible after the passing of the primordial ancestor. The reason why the Shenmu sect still follows this rule is because, when it first separated from the main sect, it did not have a single 3rd-level alchemist and could only ask Tiangu for help. Now that the sect's development has entered a stable phase, and given that alchemy can no longer be used to distract Yan Shaiyan from his cultivation, the focus should shift to training high-level alchemists. Golden Light Cliff doesn't have any 3rd-tier alchemists, but compared to returning Heaven Valley, they'd definitely be more willing to trust our Divine Wood sect. If we analyze the matter in detail, I think Senior Brother Jia would agree with the sect leader's opinion. As long as we can ensure that Golden Light Cliff obtains more than 12 foundation establishment pills, given the relationship between our 2 sects, this matter will definitely be accomplished. Leave the rest to me. Having resolved a troubling matter, Chu Zuoshu's previously weary expression instantly brightened. After having a couple of drinks with him, Chen Mobai also took his leave. Junior brother, someone suggested that you take charge of the Jiangyu garrison. What do you think? If the sect needs me, they will naturally not refuse. Chen Mobai came here today mainly for this reason. It's been almost 3 or 4 months since Luo Zuer mentioned it, and there's still no sign of it. The experience of guarding a town is related to his future rise to the upper echelons, so it's definitely better to determine it as early as possible. However, he couldn't very well try to pull strings and build connections on his own, since he was portrayed as a genius swordsman in the Divine Wood sect, and had to maintain a cool and aloof demeanor. I'll take this opportunity to come in front of Chu Zuoshu about Zheng Wuyu and remind him with my face. Sure enough, Chu Zuoshu had the idea. Someone raised this issue before, but since not many people agreed with it, it has been put on hold for the time being. I will push it forward again in a couple of days. Although there was no promise in his words, Chen Mobai knew that his appointment as the garrison commander of Jiangyu was practically a done deal. Chu Zuoshu is, after all, the sect leader now. If he really wants to do something, most of the 3 halls and 12 departments will not openly obstruct him. 2 days after returning to Xianshan, Yan Jinai came over again. Senior brother, Inspector Sun came to see Master last night, and Master personally apologized to the sect leader at today's assembly. Although the matter of the 3 furnaces of foundation establishment pills at Jin Guang Cliff has not yet been confirmed, as long as Chu Zuoshu makes a promise to Zheng Wuyu, the sect's credibility is guaranteed. Therefore, upon hearing this condition, Zheng Wuyu didn't hesitate at all and immediately submitted to Chu Zuoshu. However, since the materials for the foundation establishment pill had not yet been obtained, Zheng Wuyu did not tell Yan Jinai about it. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, did not care and explained the reason, but also instructed her to keep it a secret and not to spread it. Not only is my senior brother exceptionally talented, but he is also adept at interpersonal relationships. It is evident that his swordsmanship has reached a level of effortless mastery and transcendence. If I could, I would just want to farm, but unfortunately in this world, If I don't wield a sword, I can't protect the peace of this land. As Chen Mobai spoke, he pointed to Zion Ancient Mountain and the 60 acres of spiritual fields at its foot. My senior brother's realm is far beyond my reach. After resolving the issues with Zheng Wuyu and Chu Zuoshu, Chen Mobai accepted the 3 bamboo fruits with a clear conscience. As his spiritual realm deepened, the effects of the clear eye bamboo dew became less pronounced. This was because he used the clear eye bamboo dew to nourish his spiritual seed through a split-point application of his consciousness. If he used it directly on his main spiritual consciousness, it would no longer provide any improvement. Therefore, he has been focusing on improving his void insight eyes lately, and has rarely cultivated his divine sense. However, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, Chen Mobai felt an improvement in himself from another body-tempering method. He used 23 drops of the sap of the tree of immortality to refine his skull. Although he used the treasure fire body forging technique to refine it, much of the vitality and spiritual energy were still hidden inside the bones. After all the bones in his body were refined into the sap of the tree of immortality, this spiritual energy would form a perfect cycle and gradually permeate his flesh and meridians. Now, Chen Mobai is able to use the longevity scripture to draw upon the spiritual energy of the longevity tree sap dormant within his bones, thereby enhancing his void-seeing eyes and even slowly opening up his purple mansion sea of consciousness. It can only be said that since they are cultivation methods from the same source, the longevity scripture has a natural ability to control the sap of the longevity tree. His penetrating spiritual eyes also showed signs of reaching a high level of mastery. After seeing Yan Jinai off, Chen Mobai received the decree from the head of the Divine Wood Palace. He will succeed Liu Ruzhong, who will return next year as the garrison commander of Jiangyu. Chen Mobai naturally accepted the order. Although the garrison commander of Jiangyu can take a break in Ju Mu Ling, he still needs to inspect the 6 markets within Jiangyu's territory, as well as the 9 medicinal herb fields and 14 mining villas of Shen Muzong. But that's all for next year. After instructing his 3 disciples in a battle of magic, Chen Mobai announced that he had gained further insights and needed to go into seclusion for cultivation, so he once again sealed off the summit of Zion Ancient Mountain. On the other side of the immortal sect, the offline exchange and sparring meeting of the Tao Academy is about to begin, and he needs to go there first to confirm the candidates from the Dance Weapon Tao Academy. However, Chen Mobai did not return to the immortal sect first, but instead detoured to the Divine Tree Secret Realm first. He has already reached the peak of foundation establishment, and feels confident that he will be able to reach the end in front of the great Tao tree. The sacred tree reaches for the sky. The grayish-brown bark bears the marks of time, yet it also possesses a soaring, awe-inspiring weight and a majestic presence. Chen Mobai recalled the 2 times he had stepped in front of this great Tao tree. The first time, he used the formless puppet by trickery. With the help of the power of this third-order puppet, he stepped to the 10th step and obtained the realm of sword rainbow-splitting light, which established his supreme reputation for winning the battle between the 2 realms. The second time was on a whim, when he tested it out using the power level of his true form. Unfortunately, he stopped at 7th place. Although it was still a good result, he felt a little ashamed as he had wasted so many resources. And today, he stood in front of the tree once again. When I reached the 7th step, although I felt pressure in my mind and body, compared to the exhaustion that seemed to have drained my energy before, I now only felt like I was warming up with a little sweat after exercise. It feels quite comfortable. So he took the 8th step. He faintly heard a buzzing sound in his ears, and the slight tinnitus caused his vision to blur for a moment. The pressure, 3 times stronger than before, impacted his Zifu sea of consciousness, forcing Chen Mobai to stop and digest the impact of this trial. Not only was his divine sense being impacted, but the spiritual energy in his dantian and the blood energy in his physical body were also being consumed at the same time. Only then did Chen Mobai realize that the longevity path test was a comprehensive trial of a cultivator's essence, energy, and spirit. However, The cultivators in the heavenly river realm focused more on improving their spiritual power than on their divine sense. That's why they would faint during the trial, because their divine sense couldn't withstand it. The capacity of a wooden barrel depends on the shortest stave. Since the formless puppet is a puppet, the tests on spiritual power and physical body are ineffective. Only the divine consciousness that Chen Mobai possesses within it has a limit, so it can only take 10 steps. Compared to the previous time, Chen Mobai's spiritual realm has improved a lot, but it is still a weakness compared to the longevity scripture at the foundation establishment stage. During this 8th step, I actually felt a slight ringing in my ears. But this side effect is negligible for him. He glanced at the large tree that was right in front of him and took his 9th step. The impact on their consciousness was even more terrifying, and they also felt a faint sense of dizziness in their minds. However, it is still within the acceptable range. Step 10. The sudden headache caused Chen Mobai to involuntarily clench his teeth, and the perfect longevity spiritual power in his dantian began to be consumed frantically. However, at this moment, the effect of refining the sap of the immortal tree into his skull became apparent. A gentle and warm spiritual energy enveloped his dantian, allowing him to quickly regain consciousness. Then he took the 11th step. Cough, cough. Chen Mobai raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. The bright red blood on his palm made him frown slightly, and the intense pain in his head was also making it difficult for him to bear. If it weren't for the continuous flow of warm currents generated within his skull, nourishing his dantian and relieving his headache, he would probably have already fallen into a coma. That's why he felt he hadn't reached his limit yet and could take another step forward. Without hesitation, taking advantage of the fact that the spiritual energy of the immortal tree sap had not yet been exhausted, Chen Mobai stepped forward again and took the 12th step. With a whoosh sound, his vision suddenly turned bloodshot, and he knew it was because his eyes were bloodshot, or rather, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. At this point, even with the spiritual energy of the sap of the tree of immortality protecting him, he had reached his limit. That's all for now. I'll come again next time. The moment Chen Mobai turned around, a green leaf fell and landed on his forehead. He experienced the scenes that his consciousness had gone through in the formless puppet once again. 12 steps before the great Tao tree, achieving the highest level of attainment, one can become a holy son of my longevity cult. End of this chapter. Chapter 338 Sword Light Takes Form. Thanks to Chinese letter 123 for the first alliance. Chapter 338 Sword Light Takes Form. Thanks to Chinese letter 123 for the first alliance. The Holy Son can choose from the following 3 benefits. Part 1. The highest level of initiation into the 2 great techniques. Part 2. Cleansing with divine elixir. 3. Spiritual consciousness hears the Tao. Before Chen Mobai could react, these 3 options had already appeared in his mind. The latter 2 seemed to be related to the body and consciousness, which are relatively suitable for Chen Mobai at present, because these are weaknesses compared to the longevity spiritual power of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, Chen Mobai is a very cautious person. The longevity sect is a feudal force that has existed for countless millennia. Perhaps the restrictions will not function properly during the divine liquid purification and spiritual consciousness hearing the Tao processes. With his mere foundation establishment stage cultivation, he was certainly powerless to resist the methods left behind by the longevity sect. What if something unexpected happens, and he becomes paralyzed or turns into a vegetable? Let's choose the first option. He had at least experienced the initiation ceremony, and knew that this benefit was working properly. So here's the question. How do I choose? After the initiation ceremony, step back. After the divine elixir cleanses the body, step to the left. And after the spiritual awareness comprehends the Tao, step to the right. Just like last time, the great tree sensed his thoughts and quickly gave an answer. Chen Mobai nodded slightly, and since he was also starting to feel the strain, he immediately took a step back. The following steps are exactly the same as when I obtained the sword Rainbow, dividing light. Since he could choose between two major techniques, Chen Mobai hesitated slightly. One of them, naturally, is his most powerful technique right now, the Azure Flame Sword Demon. But what should we choose for the second question? Should we choose a defensive spell? The thought flashed through Chen Mobai's mind, who was somewhat conservative by nature, but he immediately shook his head. For him now, excelling in one particular area was the most important thing. It's best for hexagonal cultivators to wait until they reach a higher level before considering this path. Thinking about this, he had a great idea. First, he spat out a sword pellet from his dantian, its azure light gently rippling, like a precious pearl radiating brilliant light. Since mastering the Azure Flame Sword Demon, he had not yet tested its full power. The opportunity has come today. Chen Mobai's eyes lit up, and he poured drop after drop of immortal spiritual power into the sword pellet in front of him. After receiving the pure and abundant wood elemental power, the fire attribute sword aura burst forth with a dazzling and brilliant light in an instant. Then it suddenly expanded, like a laser beam, carrying a terrifyingly high temperature that could incinerate life, and entered the brown bark of the great Dao tree. Compared to the purple flame sword light, the Azure Flame Sword aura also possesses the triple power of burning, armor-piercing, and blood-burning. Only magic weapons of the third rank or higher and defensive techniques can withstand it. The defensive power of this great tree's bark doesn't seem to have reached the third tier yet. Compared to the other marks from sword cuts and slashes, Chen Mobai's Azure Flame Sword aura had clearly pierced through the bark of the great Dao tree. This sword strike seemed to trigger an instinctive tremor in the great Dao tree, causing the surrounding earth to tremble slightly. The information that followed was also very familiar to Chen Mobai. Of the 24 great arts of the longevity sect, none possessed this sword light. Full of anticipation, the great tree got stuck, and there was still no further information. Just when Chen Mobai was wondering if his sword strike might have damaged the operating mechanism of the great Dao tree, he finally received the sentence he had been longing for. I hereby grant you the realm of sword light takes form. This is indeed a higher realm of swordsmanship. Wait, what is this sword light transformation? Shouldn't the highest level of sword aura be sword aura thunder sound? Chen Mobai originally intended to obtain the Sword Fiend Thunder Sound Realm through the Great Dao Tree, and then use the Sword Fiend Thunder Sound Realm to attack the Great Dao Tree, thereby obtaining the Condensing Sword into Silk Realm. But little did they know that this plan would go awry from the very beginning. Just as Chen Mobai was filled with doubt, the green leaf symbol on his forehead lit up, and then an invisible sword light burst out from the wound pierced by his own sword aura in the Great Dao Tree, and went straight into his forehead. An invisible and vast knowledge of swordsmanship began to unfold before him. He sat down in front of the great tree and began to concentrate on comprehending its teachings. Unfortunately, his energy and spirit were depleted too much from the longevity quest, and he felt like he was about to faint after only comprehending a little bit. In order not to waste the opportunity of his other great initiation, he used the alternative lamp burning technique. But clearly, no matter how he used the burning lamp technique, the great Dao tree did not react at all. It seems the spells in the Pure Yang scroll are beyond the longevity sect's capabilities, making them unsuitable for initiation. After trying it out, Chen Mobai could only switch back to the spells from the longevity scripture. These all evolved from the great law of the longevity cult, so there's definitely no problem with them. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment when choosing between Yi Wood Divine Thunder and Heavenly Wood Spiritual Light. The Yi Wood Divine Lightning can only be upgraded to the third rank at most. After he reached the peak of Foundation Establishment, he put a lot of effort into this spell, and it has become one of his trump cards, second only to the Azure Flame Sword Fiend. However, the Heavenly Wood Spiritual Light has greater potential. If it is further cultivated into the Heavenly Wood Divine Light, it will also be a third-order power, and there is even a possibility of upgrading to the fourth order. In the end, he chose to stay true to his original aspiration, making the high even higher. After all, the longevity scripture would eventually be devoured by the pure Yang scroll. Although the heavenly wood spiritual light was powerful in the later stages, Chen Mobai had no intention of cultivating and improving it. After unleashing the divine lightning of the wood element towards the great Tao tree, Chen Mobai waited for a wisp of azure lightning to enter his sea of consciousness. At that moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. She could no longer hold on and fainted. However, before he passed out, he took out his phone and clicked to return to the city. With a flash of silver light, he found himself on the bed in the small wooden cabin on Mount Chicheng. Upon returning to the immortal sect, a sense of security welled up within Chen Mobai, allowing him to relax and drift off into a deep sleep. He felt as if a fragment of his soul had transformed into lightning, carried into the vastness of the world. After experiencing wind, frost, rain, and snow, in a wondrous moment, the essence of lightning converged at the top of a large tree, colliding with the wood's spirit energy and bursting forth with a wisp of electric arc. Then, as if in a chain reaction, the electric arc transformed into lightning, which, like a wild green snake, swept across the void, unleashing a wild and frenzied power that illuminated the forest. The lightning grew brighter and brighter, gradually transforming into a dazzling spectacle of fireworks, reaching its zenith and bursting forth in a magnificent display. But after that, as the lightning absorbed more and more wood elemental energy, it gradually became gentler, and the lightning turned into water, clear and bright. Then the wood spirit completely took control of the thunder spirit, and the thunder water turned into mist. The wood divine thunder, like a continuous drizzle, soaked into the tree that gave birth to it. Layers of bark began to peel away, and with the constant flow of life and death energies, the tree transcended the mundane and began to be born with spirituality. The power of thunder is both destruction and life. After the Yi-wood divine lightning was cultivated to its peak, it unexpectedly ceased to cause destruction and instead became a new life. At that very moment, Chen Mobai woke up. He stood up on the wooden bed and slowly raised his right hand. 5 streaks of azure lightning burst forth from his fingertips, merged in his palm, and then, under the control of his divine sense, transformed into a pool of clear lightning water, as bright as a mirror. He came out and sprinkled the lightning water from his palm onto a small blade of grass by the door. Unfortunately, the grass was instantly turned into charcoal. Although Chen Mobai has mastered the mysteries of the destruction and rebirth of the Yi-wood divine lightning, he still needs a long period of experimentation if he wants to use it to cultivate spiritual herbs and plants. At the very least, he needs to know the amount of lightning water that each spiritual plant can withstand. This was extremely useful to Chen Mobai, because he can use Yimu Lei Shui to stimulate the growth of Yu Zhu Ling Mi, shortening its original 10-year maturation period, and it can also be used on other hybrid Ling Mi varieties. Standing before the great tree, Chen Mobai felt that his suffering had been well worth it, based solely on this achievement. In addition to the divine lightning of the wood element, he also attained the realm of sword light transformation. He immediately returned to his room, took out his phone, and started searching online. However, he found very little information about this topic online. The only exception was an anonymous post on a training forum where the term was mentioned in an example to refute the original poster. Chen Mobai didn't waste any more time. After dripping 2 drops of clear eye bamboo spirit dew, he felt that his consciousness had recovered a little. He entered meditation again and began to experience what sword light taking shape meant. This seems to be the sword cultivation path of the longevity sect. From the beginning of practicing swordsmanship to form aura, sword aura transforms into chi, sword chi becomes like a rainbow, and after the sword rainbow splits, it is not the mainstream sword light condensing evil, but becomes sword light taking shape. This realm requires one to unite one's mind with the sword light one has forged, to become one with the sword, and then to achieve unity between heaven, man, and sword. Finally, all things and phenomena reside within the sword, and one sword gives birth to all laws. One sword gives rise to myriad laws. Upon seeing this name, Chen Mobai understood somewhat. Since ancient times, there have been two major schools of sword cultivation. One sword breaks all laws, and one sword creates all laws. However, compared to the path of breaking through all laws with a single sword with pure and persistent dedication, the path of creating all laws with a single sword is extremely difficult. The requirements for aptitude, comprehension, and even opportunity are no simpler than those few nascent soul techniques of the immortal sects. Over time, the path of one sword gives rise to all laws was abandoned by sword cultivators. At least on the immortal sect side, 99% of sword cultivators follow the path of breaking through all laws with a single sword strike. According to Chen Mobai's understanding, the situation is the same in the Tianhe realm. The transformation of sword light that Chen Mobai obtained from the longevity sect was a crucial step in creating myriad laws from a single sword. Only sword cultivators who take this step can master the next stage, sword transformation into myriad forms and unity of heaven, man, and sword. Most sword cultivators who want to try the path of one sword to create all laws get stuck at this step and eventually have to condense sword energy to begin breaking all laws with one sword. However, Chen Mobai felt that it was a huge waste to have the opportunity to receive the great initiation technique. The ability to create myriad laws with a single sword is clearly not suitable for an ordinary person like him. He doesn't have that kind of understanding. He envisioned using the sword to pierce the thunderous sound, condensing the sword into threads, and then breaking through all laws with a single strike. Keep it simple. I really don't have the confidence to learn anything that's too difficult. But now that he had already reached the realm of sword light takes shape, Chen Mobai felt that it would be a great waste to give it up, since he had obtained it from the great Tao tree after enduring great pain. Why don't we learn more about it first? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took out his phone and asked his teacher, Qi Yucheng. Why are you asking me these things? Go ask Zhu Gong. But after listening, Qi Yucheng hung up the phone in a huff. It was only then that Chen Mobai realized that, as Qi Yucheng's disciple, he hadn't put in as much effort into the art of puppetry, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed. However, after feeling ashamed, he immediately sent a message to Zhu Gong Zhenren, the head of the sword control department, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. I didn't expect them to reply so quickly. I'm at the drill ground. Chen Mobai quickly tidied himself up, changed his clothes, and of course, didn't forget to use the returning origin secret technique to hide his foundation establishment perfection realm. After confirming there were no flaws, he activated the minor teleportation talisman to teleport to the myriad treasures cave. Before Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan could react, they slipped out of the student council and ran to the training ground of the sword control department. Unexpectedly, besides Master Zhu Gong, there was another acquaintance. It was Zhai Jianbai, who was in the same year as him. A class is in session here. Zhai Jianbai seemed to have already begun teaching the lower-grade students of the Dao Academy the sword control department courses. The somewhat short Master Zhu Gong sat on the steps of the training ground, seemingly observing the new students of this year's sword control department to see if there were any promising talents. After Chen Mobai arrived, he did not disturb Zhai Jianbai's lecture. After exchanging glances with the two, he immediately went to Zhu Gong's side to greet him. Teacher Zhu, it's been a long time. What brings you here today? Zhu Gong patted the steps beside him, and Chen Mobai immediately sat down next to him and told him what he wanted to know. It's like this. I've heard that sword cultivators have two different paths. One sword that can break through all laws and one sword that can create all laws. I recently broke through in my sword path and am a bit confused about which path to take next, so I'd like to ask Teacher Zhu for some guidance. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's question, Zhu Gong, who had been somewhat indifferent, instantly perked up. He turned his head to look at him, then snorted, giving him an expression that said, I've already seen through your true intentions. Looks like you're ambitious too, kid. You know that the immortal sword technique I have is the path of one sword giving rise to 10,000 laws. Qi Yucheng told you that, didn't he? To tell you the truth, unless you master the sword light transformation, even if you master the sword condensation into silk. Don't even think about me showing you this treasure of the sword control system. Teacher Zhuo, I'm really not that kind of person. I'm just curious about the path of one sword gives rise to all techniques. But there's no training content on this topic online. I thought that since your swordsmanship is the highest in the academy, I came here to ask you for guidance. Chen Mobai resisted the urge to reveal his sword light transformation realm, and first flattered Zhuo Gong. This sword gives rise to myriad laws, which is the most suitable path for the primordial spirit to reside in the sword. Our Wuki Dao Academy's ancestor Bai Guang broke through to the nascent soul stage using this method. However, because the requirements for aptitude, comprehension, and even the sword itself are too high, the immortal sect does not encourage cultivators below the core formation stage to engage with this sword technique. At this moment, Zhuo Gong revealed another piece of information that Chen Mobai was unaware of. The White Light Ancestor, one of the two saints of the immortal sect, actually follows the path of creating myriad laws with a single sword. End of this chapter. Chapter 339, 5-Element Sword Demon, thanks to Elephant ZYL for the Silver Alliance. Chapter 339, 5-Element Sword Demon, thanks to Elephant ZYL for the Silver Alliance. Teacher Zhuo, what is the difference between one sword creates all laws and one sword breaks all laws? Chen Mobai continued to ask. A sword can break through all laws. In fact, there is a lot of information about the immortal sects. After all, sword cultivation is a very classy profession, and it is the most sought-after profession. However, those who can generate countless techniques from a single sword are extremely rare. As Zhuo Gong said, because the threshold for cultivation is too high, all the relevant information is in the Kendo Association, and only a very small number of people are able to comprehend and learn it. Actually, there's not much difference. The two paths eventually lead to the same destination, or rather, they were originally one path but diverged in the middle, which is why there is the saying, one sword creates all laws and one sword breaks all laws. Although Zhuo Gong seems a bit unapproachable, he is actually a very good teacher. Since Chen Mobai has come to ask, he certainly won't hide anything and has started to gesture with his right index finger in the air. He first drew a horizontal line, and when he was halfway through, the line began to fork and extend upwards and downwards. For example, this is a sword that can break through all laws. Zhuo Gong pointed to the forked line above. This is a sword that gives rise to myriad laws. He then pointed to the forked branch below. The two forked diagonal lines then each drew a curve, eventually converging at a certain point to form another horizontal line. The divergence between the two lies in the steps following the sword light. Do you know why we need to condense sword energy? Zhuo Gong began asking questions. He hadn't talked about this kind of knowledge for over 20 years, and suddenly having to explain it to Chen Mobai felt quite pleasant. The last time he talked about these things was when a graduate of the Taoist Academy had mastered sword light and came back to ask him for advice, and he casually mentioned these things. But the one in front of him had already reached the sword light realm 2 or 3 years ago, so he felt even more accomplished teaching him. It's because the power of sword light, although extremely condensed, is still easily countered by specialized defensive spells and magical artifacts. For example, Chen Mobai's previous purple fire sword light, if it encountered a magic weapon with water or earth attributes, could only exert 60 or 70% of its full power. But after condensing the Azure Flame sword aura, things are different. With the triple enhancement of burning, armor shaving, and blood burning, even if the surface is impenetrable, there are invisible forces specifically targeting blood and flesh that can penetrate the defenses, making it impossible to defend against. That's right. Take my Jengjin sword aura, for example. It maximizes penetration and speed, but that's because my cultivation method was designed with these aspects in mind from the beginning. The sword light I've created is also specifically designed to condense the aura of refined iron and is endowed with the necessary characteristics using metal spiritual power. However, this will lead to a problem. At this point, Zhuo Gong paused and looked at Chen Mobai, who was standing to the side, as if he wanted to test him. Although the sword aura is more powerful than the sword light, it is still limited to the sword light foundation laid by the technique. If it encounters a defensive force of the same level, it will still be restrained and at a disadvantage. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai, drawing on his experience from hundreds of battles in Little Red Heaven, pointed out a flaw he had noticed. After he held the top spot on the heavenly ladder for a long time, many people devised various tactics in an attempt to defeat him and achieve fame. The toughest battle Chen Mobai encountered was against Nangong Xiu of Kunpeng Academy. Nangong Xiu mastered the rain section of the 6 imperial scriptures and unleashed a fierce storm against him. Due to the elemental advantage, the storm nearly overwhelmed his purple fire sword light. However, Chen Mobai ultimately relied on the rising sun technique to ignite the azure sun fire, forcibly enhancing the power of the sword light and breaking through the rain domain with pure force. If Nangong Xiu hadn't only been at the 3rd level of foundation establishment and hadn't exhausted her spiritual energy at the end of the battle, Chen Mobai might not have been able to win. Zhuo Gong looked at Chen Mobai with some surprise after hearing his answer, thinking to himself that he was indeed the most outstanding graduate of the sword control department in this era, and that he had even figured out this point. Indeed, although the sword light is enhanced by the earthly evil energy, it is still limited by its attributes. If my Zheng metal sword evil encounters the primordial Yang sword evil, it takes 2 to cancel out 1. But the sword that generates 10,000 laws does not have this problem. Do you know why? Why are you still asking why? Chen Mobai scratched his head, completely unable to come up with an answer. He had never encountered the concept of one sword giving rise to 10,000 laws before, and had absolutely no knowledge of it. Please give me your guidance, Teacher Zhuo. After Zhuo Gong finally stumped Chen Mobai, he nodded in satisfaction and then stopped keeping him in suspense, revealing the most crucial point. Because the sword light cultivated by following the path of one sword creates myriad laws has no attribute, it can evolve into any phenomenon of heaven and earth. Thus, if you encounter a sword light with the attribute of water, you can transform into a sword light with the attribute of earth to counter it. Conversely, if you encounter a sword light with the attribute of earth, you can transform it into a sword light with the attribute of wood. The sword light is unrestrained and ever-changing. It can deal with any opponent with the most restraining power. A swordsman who can walk the path of one sword gives birth to all laws can be called a perfect sword, without any flaws. After hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in surprise. So that's how sword light takes form is used. Does that mean that once he reaches this level, he will directly become a hexagonal sword cultivator? Is this too cruel to students from other Taoist academies? Chen Mobai himself was a little embarrassed to attend the upcoming offline exchange and sparring meeting. At his level, it feels like only Lan Haitian could put up a fight against him. By the way, Teacher Zhuo, this is still just sword light. What if we encounter an opponent who has condensed sword energy? How should we deal with the sword light taking form? But Chen Mobai immediately discovered the blind spot. While sword light is powerful, to be invincible in the foundation establishment realm, one still needs to use sword aura. Then there's nothing we can do. The problem with one sword gives rise to 10,000 laws is that once the sword light takes shape, it can't condense sword energy. This is because once the sword light incorporates earthly evil energy, it can no longer maintain its pure, attribute-free state. In other words, once it advances, it can't retreat. Zhuo Gong also waved his hand helplessly. Compared to the gradual and methodical approach of one sword breaks 10,000 laws, the one sword creates 10,000 laws approach lacked sufficient experience and samples because too few people were able to even enter the field. Therefore, between the transformation of sword light into physical form and the embodiment of the primordial spirit, there are still several crucial transitional stages missing. After all that, it turns out there's no way forward after this sword light takes shape. No wonder the immortal sects don't allow sword cultivators below the core formation stage to engage with the one sword creates myriad laws technique. It's indeed a waste of time and a misleading influence on future generations. How did the white light ancestor become one? Chen Mobai recalled the successful examples Zhuo Gong had mentioned. If someone could make it through, then there must be a shortcut. Ancestor Bai Guang left behind two phrases: sword intent forms momentum, and sword heart is clear. But in the past 1,000 years of our kendo association, only a handful of people have been able to comprehend two levels of mastery. Nanggong Xuanyu should be the closest. When he fought with Kingping Shangren, he used the pure Yang sword intent to control the Yuan Yang sword fiend, and in a short period of time, he unleashed power that was no less than that of a nascent soul Shangren. Besides him, Hao Cao of the Mountain and Sea Academy, Kai Yu, the president of the Sword Dao Association, and Gongsun Jilu of the Immortal Sect's Righteous Law Hall are also recognized as having produced many sword masters who have emerged from the principle of one sword creates myriad laws. When Zhuo Gong spoke of Nanggong Xuanyu and the other three, he was filled with emotion. Sword cultivators are usually very proud people, but these four seem to have won him over completely. My Sword Fiend collection was written with their help, with the intention of making up for the weakness of the Sword Fiend being too singular and easily targeted. It's just a pity that, although the theory is complete, it is basically impossible for ordinary sword cultivators to actually master it. When Chen Mobai heard Zhuo Gong mention this, he also remembered the Sword Demon collection that Zhuo Gong had given him. Indeed, if one could master a dozen or 20 different sword techniques, then one would naturally not be afraid of being targeted. However, to complete this, one must first cultivate the corresponding sword light. For example, if you want to cultivate the yin-yang sword aura, you must first cultivate the yuan-yang sword technique until you master the yuan-yang sword light, and then cultivate another technique that can balance the xuan-yin sword light. After mastering both yin and yang sword lights, a geomancer will be hired to artificially synthesize the two types of earthly evil energy: fire, yang and yin. The manpower, resources, and energy required would leave even a core formation cultivator feeling exhausted. All four of them have mastered the sword light transformation technique, which allows them to manifest various forms of sword light. This eliminates the need for the sword fiend gathering to cultivate different sword lights at the beginning. They only need to condense the desired earthly fiend energy. Although the sword light cannot retreat after the condensation of the evil energy, the power of the sword evil energy formation greatly enhances the combat strength of the four of them. However, it is also troublesome to artificially synthesize the earthly fiend qi. As far as I know, Gongsun Jilu has mastered one of the sword fiend formations through the resources of the immortal sect. Nanggong Xuanyu should also have mastered the yin-yang sword fiend. After all, he already has the primordial yang sword fiend. He only needs to condense another one. After hearing Zhuo Gong's words, Chen Mobai stood there stunned. He attained the realm of sword light taking form after being enlightened, and he also had a lot of earthly evil energy in his hands. Those four second-tier earthly evil crystals seem to be able to combine with the fire attribute Azure Flame Sword Evil to form the 5 elements Sword Evil. Thinking about it this way, it seems like it's actually possible to do it. Teacher Zhuo, are there any things I need to pay attention to when practicing your Sword Fiend collection? Chen Mobai asked cautiously, and Zhuo Gong glared at him, stood up in annoyance, pointed at Chen Mobai and began to lecture him. You're aiming too high. Do you think a mere foundation establishment sword cultivator like you can master my Sword Fiend collection? Leaving aside how much merit is needed to artificially synthesize the earthly fiend qi, even if you cultivate different sword lights while refining the 5 elements essence, the time cost would be beyond your means. Don't think you're advancing one realm a year so fast. Even if you want to cultivate the Sword Fiend gathering, you have to wait until you've reached the foundation establishment stage and can't advance any further. Zhuo Gong, spitting as he spoke, gave Chen Mobai a severe dressing down, finally venting his frustration at having to personally send the kid off to graduate from the sword control department after he had skipped grades all the way. Just as Zhuo Gong finished his lecture and was about to turn away satisfied, he saw Chen Mobai extend the 5 fingers of his left hand. What are you doing? Zhuo Gong, filled with doubt, thought that Chen Mobai had extremely poor mental fortitude and couldn't bear his words. Just as he was about to clench his fist and suppress his anger, a wisp of purple flame sword light rose from Chen Mobai's thumb. Zhuo Gong was naturally aware that the purple fire sword light had swept across Little Crimson Heaven. It's been 2 years since I last saw him, and he seems to have become even more skilled. This kid's talent in swordsmanship is truly monstrous. But Zhuo Gong was even more confused about Chen Mobai's behavior. He was a core formation sword cultivator, and this was just a mere wisp of sword light. Just as Zhuo Gong was thinking of this, he saw a cyan sword light flash on Chen Mobai's left index finger, and he couldn't help but look surprised. What's going on? They actually managed to cultivate a second sword light. It looks like it's wood attribute, and the skill level is quite high. Were they preparing to cultivate my 5-element sword aura a long time ago? But what happened next made Zhuo Gong's eyes widen in surprise. Chen Mobai's thumb shone with purple fire sword light, his index finger with divine wood sword light, and a black sword light with fine ice particles appeared on his middle finger. 3 sword lights of different attributes, belonging to fire, wood, and water respectively. The longevity scripture is very comprehensive, and it contains a method called Divine Wood Sword Chi. Chen Mobai transformed it with sword light and it became Divine Wood Sword Light. The water attribute sword light was modeled after the black water technique, which he had not only studied himself, but also guided Luo Yixuan in her cultivation, so he was very familiar with it. By sublimating and evolving the original black water technique's icy breath, it became this kind of black ice sword light. As for the remaining earth and metal attributes, Chen Mobai planned to look for suitable sword cultivation methods at the Dao Academy library when he had some free time. However, the 3 sword lights with different attributes that he created with 3 fingers of his left hand have already conveyed what he wanted to express to Zhuo Gong in a complete and clear manner. The head of the Sword Control Department of the Dance Weapon Academy, a core formation sword cultivator, and a grandmaster of the Sword Fiend collection, was completely stunned at this moment. If it were anyone else, they would definitely think that Chen Mobai had cultivated 3 different sword light techniques, but only he knew that to be able to so effortlessly manifest 3 different types of sword light with just 3 fingers, he must have mastered the sword light transformation technique. His mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. You. Zhuo Gong's right hand, which was pointing at Chen Mobai, trembled incessantly, and he could barely speak clearly. Teacher Zhuo, I have recently made some progress in swordsmanship, but I feel that the level I have reached is somewhat different from the immortal sect's 1 sword breaks 10,000 laws. I have searched for some information online, but it is not very clear, so I came to ask you for guidance. After listening to your guidance, I realized that the sword light transformation can be used to cultivate your sword aura collection. This is wonderful. I now have a clear understanding of the sword path I will take next. Chen Mobai stood up and bowed respectfully to Zhuo Gong. This is from the bottom of my heart. To be honest, without his conversation with Zhuo Gong, he would never have imagined that the sword light could take shape in such a way. Were you telling the truth at first? However, Zhuo Gong was in a bit of an awkward situation. When Chen Mobai said that he had made a breakthrough, he thought that Chen Mobai was coveting the immortal sword technique that he had treasured. Thinking back now, even a seasoned veteran like Zhuo Gong feels a little embarrassed. End of this chapter. Chapter 340, Yin, Yang 5 Elements 7-star Sword Arm. Chapter 340, Yin, Yang 5 Elements 7-star Sword Arm. Teacher Zhuo, how do we practice this sword fiend formation? Chen Mobai acted as if nothing had happened and continued to humbly seek advice. Now that you've mastered the sword light transformation, you can also try to cultivate the sword aura formation. Judging from your appearance, you've chosen the 5-element sword aura. That's simple. It's one of the 2 sword aura formations that we've tested and completed. Due to the limited resources of the immortal sect, the Zhuo Palace and the sword cultivators of the Sword Dao Association, working together, could only complete the practice of the 2-element sword fiend and the 5-element sword fiend. Watch carefully, I'll demonstrate it for you. As he spoke, Zhuo Gong opened his right palm to Chen Mobai, and a silver sword imprint shaped like a water droplet appeared. Then, under his divine sense, it transformed into a bright sword aura flowing like mercury. As soon as the sword aura was unleashed, Chen Mobai felt the surrounding air seem to freeze instantly, making it difficult for him to breathe and move. Fortunately, Zhuo Gong was only demonstrating it to him. After the mercury sword strike, Zhuo Gong lifted his right sleeve, revealing another withered yellow leaf sword mark on his wrist. This is the wood attribute withering and flourishing sword aura, which can turn any living being it touches into withering and desolation. After the cycle of decay and flourishing, a fiery sword imprint appeared on Zhuo Gong's arm. Then there's the elbow area, marked with a mountain-shaped sword imprint. Finally, the Zheng metal sword demon cultivated by Zhuo Gong himself, transformed into a sword-shaped mark that appeared on his upper arm. Chen Mobai had already pushed his void insight to its limit. He looked at Zhuo Gong's right arm and saw a wisp of spiritual power, more powerful and pure than all his own longevity spiritual power combined, surging out from the latter's dantian. It was like a line running along the meridians, connecting the 5 elements of sword energy one by one, forming a perfect 5-element cycle. Because I cultivate the Zheng metal sword fiend in order to activate the power of the 5-element sword fiend formation, I must start with Zheng metal, and then proceed with the evolution in the order of metal, water, wood, fire, and earth. However, once the 5-element cycle is completed, it can be used at will according to the spells and magical artifacts used by the opponent. However, if you encounter a powerful opponent, you may still be targeted by a fixed starting move, and they may be able to shut down all your subsequent changes before you can even set up your sword fiend formation. That's the good thing about sword light taking shape. The starting move isn't fixed, so the opponent has no way to counter it. When Zhuo Gong got to this point, his tone was a little emotional. The younger generation surpasses the older generation, and this was the first time he felt the weight of the word genius. Those who can enter the Dance Weapon Academy are the most outstanding among the millions of immortal beings, each one a dragon among men. That is why Zhuo Gong has never been interested in geniuses. In the academy where all the students are geniuses, there are very few who can truly amaze him. Zhongli Tianyu achieved foundation establishment before entering the academy, which is indeed impressive, but it was only due to the blessing of the magical artifacts of his predecessors. If others had the same conditions, they might not have been able to achieve the same result as him. Zhai Jianbai attained enlightenment through swordsmanship and established his foundation, becoming the first person in the Dao Academy's sword-wielding department in 100 years. However, this only made Zhuo Gong feel that he was decent enough to inherit his mantle. Zhuo Gong previously thought that Chen Mobai was just lucky. Although he reached the realm of sword rainbow-splitting light when he was building his foundation, he was not as good at swords as Zhai Jianbai Cheng. In addition, he was Qi Yu Cheng's disciple, so Zhuo Gong sent him to graduate after teaching him. I thought we wouldn't have any more contact after that, but I never expected that our reunion would bring him such a huge surprise. Among all the geniuses, Zhuo Gong had seen many who could still be considered geniuses, but the one who was most unbelievable to him was Chen Mobai. If this person were to become my disciple, he would surely surpass me, carry forward the sword control department of the Dance Weapon Academy, and even surpass Chunyang and Shanghai Academy to become the #1 sword lineage in the immortal sects. Zhao Chen, have you ever considered finding another teacher? Chen Mobai immediately became alert upon hearing Zhuo Gong's suddenly amiable tone. Teacher Zhuo, I've only scratched the surface of puppetry, and I really don't have the energy to learn anything else. It would be a complete waste for you to study the puppet way with your talent. You should focus on the sword way. Come to my sword control department. After I retire, I will give you the position of headmaster. I can also make an exception and let you watch that immortal sect sword technique. I can even help you apply to the Dao Academy for the ink sword mark left by ancestor Bai Guang. The conditions proposed by Zhuo Gong greatly tempted Chen Mobai. Both the immortal sect sword technique and the sword marks of the nascent soul ancestor were the most precious things on Earth origin star, and the highest inheritance of swordsmanship, which could not be bought even with money. These two items from the Dance Weapon Academy are coveted by countless sword cultivators. Now, as long as Chen Mobai agrees, it's practically guaranteed that they will be able to see them. But after thinking it over carefully, Chen Mobai still shook his head and refused. Teacher Zhuo, I think what you said before is right. One should not be too ambitious. I have only just mastered the sword light transformation technique and my level is still low. These two treasures cannot be fully utilized by me, so let's just forget about it. I was talking nonsense before. Your talent in swordsmanship is the strongest I have ever seen. The sword control system is the most suitable for you. However, it is a waste for you to be looking at the immortal sect sword technique and the ink treasure sword mark now. You don't have many more uses for these two things, and the sword intent they contain is too profound. They are more suitable for you after you form your core. After offering a few words of advice, Zhuo Gong realized that Chen Mobai probably wouldn't become his disciple without Qi Yucheng's consent, and he couldn't help but annoyed as he withdrew his right hand, which was demonstrating the five-element sword demon. To cultivate the sword aura, one must first have a strong physique. My right arm has been specially trained using body tempering methods. In addition to the 5 elements and 5 stars, there are also yin and yang stars. Theoretically, the yin-yang 5-element sword aura can also form a composite sword formation, making it even more powerful. As he spoke, Zhuo Gong lifted the collar of his long sleeves, revealing his right shoulder, where he could indeed see the yin and yang sword marks. I didn't expect that Teacher Zhu has already mastered the yin-yang sword demon and the 5-element sword demon. I'm afraid even the 4 great sword cultivators, including Nangong Xuanyu, are not as good as you. Zhuo Gong shook his head at Chen Mobai's words, sighed, and revealed the hidden truth. After I completed the theory of sword fiend collection, in order to verify its practical operability and cultivation, I proposed to test it on myself. Nangong Xuanyu and the other 3 condensed the 4 sword auras other than the Jengjin sword aura, and then injected them into my right arm. Even though they had been tested by the Wuxiang puppet beforehand, they only succeeded after 3 failures. Although I have mastered the 5-element sword aura, the other 4 sword auras are not my own power at all. Once activated, they will be completely consumed and cannot be recovered. They are just decorative objects. The same principle applies to the yin-yang sword fiend. However, because Nangong Xuanyu's yuan-yang sword fiend is too powerful, the Xuan Yin sword fiend condensed by Gongsun Jilu and the other 2 can only barely form a balanced formation with it. So I won't demonstrate it for you. If I mess it up, my arm will be broken again. As he spoke, Zhuo Gong covered the yin-yang sword on his shoulder. Teacher Zhuo dedicated himself to kendo. His contributions will be remembered for generations to come. After listening, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Zhuo Gong. The deduction of the formless puppet assumes the most perfect state, but in actual practice, all sorts of unexpected mistakes can easily occur. Even with the core formation stage in the left palace, it's still necessary to specifically cultivate body tempering methods to strengthen the right arm, demonstrating the extent of physical damage caused by a failed attempt to cultivate the sword fiend formation. So even though you've mastered the sword light transformation technique, if you really want to condense the sword fiend array, you still need to specifically cultivate a body tempering technique. I suggest you wait until you have completed your foundation establishment before trying this. At that time, you will also have time to condense the essence of the 5 elements to prepare for the artificial synthesis of the earthly fiend Qi. However, the foundation of sword fiend is sword light. You can hone your skills by first using the 5-element sword light formation. I will pass on my body strengthening method to you first, but everyone's physique is different. You can use it as a reference, but don't try to practice it exactly as I have. When Zhuo Gong first transmitted the sword demon collection, he had already added Chen Mobai as a friend, so he quickly passed on the body forging method he had created for condensing the yin-yang 5-element sword demon array. the 7-star sword arm of yin-yang and 5 elements. That's such a tacky name. After glancing at the title of the ebook, Chen Mobai suppressed the urge to complain and repeatedly thanked Zhuo Gong. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. After all, I'm 300 years older than you, and my experience in swordsmanship is much greater than yours. Zhuo Gong's words left Chen Mobai speechless. Fortunately, the bell rang at that moment, and Zhai Jianbai came over. Director President. Zhai Jianbai called out to Zhuo Gong and Chen Mobai. Since he had started working as a teaching assistant, he had been in frequent contact with the student council for the past 2 years and had also communicated with Chen Mobai several times. After all, they were in the same year and would discuss and take care of each other when scheduling classes. By the way, the offline sparring and exchange meeting of the Tao Academy is about to start, and the list of participants hasn't been finalized yet. Old Zhai, are you interested? Chen Mobai suddenly remembered this matter. Since there were 3 Foundation Establishment Level 9 graduates and himself to support them, the number of top experts was more than enough. He thought about cultivating more talented students for the academy. Aside from Zhongli Tianyu and himself, the most talented person in the class of 5012 is actually Zhai Jianbai, who is standing right in front of him. He is a true genius in swordsmanship, and he has even reached the Foundation Establishment stage. It's a pity that he's in the same year as me. Otherwise, if I had chosen him as the next student council president, I wouldn't have had to worry about the dance academy falling to the bottom again after I graduated. What does the director mean? Zhai Jianbai hesitated for a moment, then asked Zhuo Gong, who nodded non-committally. Go and see for yourself. You can only grow by getting beaten up. Chen Mobai smiled. He had never been beaten. Then I'll take my leave now. Yes, come to the sword control department more often when you have time. You can also come to have tea with me when you're free. I'm usually in the office or the training ground. Zhai Jianbai was a little confused when he saw Zhuo Gong seeing Chen Mobai off with a friendly expression. Previously, when he heard Zhuo Gong talk about Chen Mobai, he always spoke in a rather unhappy tone. Why is he so amiable now? After leaving the training ground, Chen Mobai went to visit Qi Yucheng again. Originally, I thought the teacher was still angry, but to my surprise, Qi Yucheng saw that his expression was normal. The two of them discussed the list of people who would be participating in the offline exchange meeting. Then, Chen Mobai asked a few questions about puppets replacing human automation. I believe this is the future trend of the immortal sect. However, the immortal sect has a large number of cultivators now, and human labor is much cheaper than puppets, so it has not been developed vigorously. When the population is scarce and the cost of human labor is extremely high in the future, puppets will be used instead of human labor. As expected, when the topic turned to puppets, Qi Yucheng's expression changed, and his tone and expressions became more animated. Teacher, as you know, I have a talisman factory, so I was thinking about whether I could conduct an experiment in my own factory and build an unmanned factory, a fully automated processing workshop. The theory is sound. The Immortal sect also has several high-precision magic artifact alchemy laboratories, which use a fully puppet-operated, no-human manual system. I participated in the design and construction of 2 of these laboratories. I'll give you access so you can look up papers on this topic. As one of the leading figures in the Immortal sect's puppet path, Qi Yucheng was involved in almost every major project related to puppets. Although he knew that Chen Mobai was probably saying this to make his teacher happy, he was happy that the intention was there. However, Chen Mobai really did think that way. He had been thinking for a long time about how to safely and efficiently transfer the resources of the Heavenly River Realm and the Divine Tree Secret Realm to the Immortal sect, and convert them into his own asset income, but without revealing it to anyone in the Immortal sect. After much thought, the only solution is to use puppets. Fortunately, he now owns a talisman factory, which can serve as a base for gradually developing trade between the 2 worlds. By the way, has your matter with Zhuo Gong been resolved? Finally, Qi Yucheng asked the question out of concern. It's solved. The sword light transformation technique I mastered some time ago turned out to be a path of generating myriad techniques from a single sword, which is why I couldn't find any information about it online. With Teacher Zhu's guidance, I now plan to use it to cultivate his sword aura collection. If all goes well, I should be able to master one of the sword aura formations before the exchange meeting. That's good. Wait, what did you say? The sword light materialized. Qi Yucheng originally intended to symbolically express the deep bond between teacher and student, showing that he, as the teacher, still cared about his student. So after listening, he casually uttered the polite words he had prepared. But halfway through his speech, his centuries-old brain suddenly came to its senses. What have you mastered? The sword light materialized. Qi Yucheng stared wide-eyed as he stood up from his chair, looking directly at his apprentice standing in front of him with disbelief. Yes, teacher, what's wrong? Chen Mobai originally wanted to keep it a secret, but then he felt that it would fit his genius persona, and it would definitely be exposed in the future anyway. Since he had already told Zhuo Gong about it, he might as well just lay it all out here. Qi Yucheng sat back down with an uncertain expression. After a long while, he seemed to have made up his mind and said something with a hint of reluctance. Your talent in swordsmanship is a bit of a waste in my puppetry department. Why don't you switch to the sword control department? End of this chapter. Chapter 341 Breakthrough. Chapter 341 Breakthrough. Chen Mobai naturally shook his head and refused Qi Yucheng's suggestion. Teacher, although I have achieved quite a bit in swordsmanship, I still prefer puppetry. I think it's better to forget about switching to the sword control department. In reality, Chen Mobai knew how he had attained the realms of sword rainbow splitting light and sword light transforming into form. Compared to Zhai Jianbai, he is just a pseudo-sword genius. If he stays by Zhuo Gong's side, a core formation sword cultivator, for many years, Zhuo Gong will probably see through his disguise. It would be better to keep a respectful distance from him. All right then, I'll just say it. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's refusal, Qi Yucheng showed a relieved expression. This disciple is so outstanding that he is somewhat at a loss. He would feel a little guilty if this really delayed his progress in the puppetry field. After saying goodbye and leaving, Chen Mobai went to the student council. Under Hua Zijing's watchful gaze, he smiled wryly as he resolved some of the student council's accumulated issues that required his personal involvement or signatures. All right, that's all I can do for you. From now on, you're on your own. After finishing up all the remaining tasks for the year, Hua Zijing stretched and announced her resignation. They are currently in a conference room, where most of the student council members are. Thank you for your hard work these past 2 years. After receiving the documents, Chen Mobai thanked Hua Zijing with great emotion. Without her help as vice president and secretary general, he would have definitely made a complete mess of things at first. It's just my duty. Hua Zijing waved her hand, then reached out and hugged the white cat lying on the conference table, starting her relaxation mode. The semester will end in 2 months. After Chen Mobai became president, there were 3 vice presidents, and Shen Yoren had already graduated last year. The new recruit is Ying Sijin from the alchemy department. She is now in charge of communicating with the departments that deal with alchemy and spiritual plants, and she has done a very good job. After Hua Zijing stepped down, only Ming Yu remained of the 3 vice presidents originally left by Zhuo Qiushi. However, he is in 9th grade this year and will probably retire around this time next year. After Zijing graduates, let Zhuang Jialan take over the secretariat position. As for vice president, what do you think? Chen Mobai tapped the table and announced the appointments that he and his fellow student council members had previously discussed. Hua Zijing is the vice president and director of the secretariat. Zhuang Jialan is not qualified enough. If she is directly promoted to vice president, people in the Taoist temple will gossip and think that she has nepotism. Lu Tian was the first student council member Chen Mobai met. Like Ming Yu, he would graduate next year. He has sufficient qualifications, and although his communication skills are somewhat lacking, he is a person who gets things done. He was elected as the third vice president, and most of the student council members voted in favor. Thus, at this meeting, the new student council team was formed. However, this team can only last for a year. Chen Mobai thought that he still had 3 years before graduation, and felt that he still needed to recruit more people. Brothers and sisters, the student council is recruiting this year. Anyone interested? With me as the president, there's a guaranteed perk. In the chat group for the nascent soul class, Chen Mobai began to greet the group of people he was closest to in the academy. Wait a moment, bro. I'll join when I get back at the end of the year. The first to respond was naturally Ming Yihua. He had been working outside for a year with the main force of the Tao Academy to refine large magical artifacts, but he had finally made it to the end and was about to finish. What benefits are included? The group chat immediately erupted with chatter. Chen Mobai posted the exact words he had used to persuade Zhuang Jialan, and soon 3 people said that such a good thing was definitely coming. It was Gong Ranran, Li Ziming, and Fan Yuanpu. After they completed their foundation building, they discovered that they didn't have enough credits and were worried about it. Since they could legitimately receive credit benefits through the student council, they all readily agreed. Yun Yangbing privately spoke to Chen Mobai, saying that starting next year she would be traveling with her teacher to various parts of the immortal sect, and while enjoying the beautiful landscapes, she would also be completing the surveying of a certain part of the immortal sects map, so she would no longer be officially registered in the student council. Chen Mobai understood this. Besides Yun Yangbing, Jin Shuwei was also a student of the formation department and had also received the task of map surveying. Both of them had to leave the academy with their mentor for practical courses. The 3 major systems of Wuki Dao Academy, array formation, weapon crafting, and alchemy, all place great emphasis on practice and applying what they have learned, so they all have courses similar to internships. However, if you want to truly improve, participating in such activities is essential. Working in isolation is not advisable. Besides the people mentioned above, Lan Yufan and Lu Zixuan also successfully established their foundations. But the 2 of them haven't spoken to each other in the group chat since they broke up. Just as Chen Mobai was about to turn off the messages, Lan Yufan suddenly asked him privately, "Has Lu Zixuan joined the student council?" "No, what's wrong? Do you want to avoid her?" Who is Chen Mobai? As soon as he saw Lan Yufan's message, he guessed what he was thinking. Well, if she doesn't join, I'll just join the student council for fun. Okay, I'll post a membership application form in the group later. Just download it, fill it out, and send it to the student union's email address. Chen Mobai now only wants as many student council members as possible, so that they can share most of the burden that Hua Zijing will have on him after graduation. After sending the membership application form and his email address to the group, he gave Zhuang Jialan, who managed the email, some instructions on the matter, and then he didn't care about it anymore. Because he started getting busy helping people identify artifact spheres. Since he will be leading a team to Jumeng Taoist Temple soon, he might not be in Wanbao Cave at the end of the year, so he brought this part of the trip forward to now. It doesn't matter if we identify it first and then open it. His reputation for insightful spiritual observation has been established. As soon as the news was released, many foundation establishment cultivators who missed out last year crowded in front of the student council, each carrying a sack of artifact-containing orbs. The initial assessment naturally focused on those in the nascent soul stage who had connection. They are all newly promoted to foundation establishment and can receive a weapon fragment for free. This year they searched for a long time in the treasure cave, and with Chen Mobai's connections, they were able to consult the treasure map for free, and everyone found 3 or 4 artifact-containing orbs. After Chen Mobai examined them one by one, Gong Ranran and Fan Yuanpu were overjoyed and immediately discovered that they were high-grade second-tier magic artifacts. The other 4, persuaded by Chen Mobai, did not use the equipment for the time being, as the items they found were all quite ordinary. After helping his fellow students in the nascent soul class with their appraisals, Chen Mobai resumed his normal business operations. The only difference is that the gatekeeper has changed from Hua Zijing to Zhuang Jialan. One by one, Foundation establishment cultivators entered, some beaming with joy, others with furrowed brows. However, compared to directly obtaining ordinary and unsuitable second-tier magical artifacts, at least they all have the opportunity to choose again. Because the exchange device fragments are due at the end of the year, even those Foundation establishment cultivators who have identified the magic weapon they want will not be able to activate them for the time being. After everyone had finished their appraisals, Chen Mobai organized another exchange meeting, where he picked out some magic artifacts that were appraised as good but whose owner's attributes were not suitable, and introduced them to other suitable people. After this exchange, most people obtained the magical artifacts they were satisfied with. The remaining few could only accept their bad luck and search around Wanbao Cave again to see if they could find a suitable one before the end of the year. Following this evaluation meeting, Chen Mobai received 186 credits directly into his account, a full 100 credits more than last year. 1 credit is awarded for each artifact identified. After making a name for themselves last year, this year has finally brought a bountiful harvest, and in the foreseeable future this will only increase. It was quite tiring though. Continuously activating the void eye requires a great deal of divine sense and spiritual power. It was only because he had the clear eye bamboo dew and the warm current of the longevity tree sap that he was able to complete the identification within 3 days. Chen Mobai felt terrible when he didn't have any credits. But Chen Mobai felt even more pain when he couldn't use the credits he earned. Chen Mobai felt that this wouldn't work. Since Wang Xingyu was in seclusion to establish his foundation, he would have Qing Nu help him refine the 3 bamboo fruits he had. In other words, it would be best to exchange for the rest of the medicinal materials before going to Jumeng Academy. However, the time was not yet up, and Luo Hezheng, who was in charge of the treasury of the Taoist temple, was impartial and would not make an exception for anyone. Left with no other option, Chen Mobai turned to Qi Yucheng. Teacher, I think it's necessary for those representing the academy and offline exchanges to exchange for some pills and spiritual items in advance. After all, we represent the face of the Wuki Academy. If we break through with these pills, we might be able to bring great glory to the academy during the exchange. Chen Mobai was naturally embarrassed to say that he wanted to exchange for the vermilion fruit, so he came up with a high-sounding excuse, which was also approved by most people. Qi Yucheng looked at the application form signed by the entire student council and many foundation establishment cultivators on campus, and a smile appeared in his eyes. I will bring this up at the teachers' meeting this week. If it passes by a show of hands, Luo and Zheng will no longer stop you. Qi Yucheng always does things with a good balance and in a dignified manner. Although he could force Luo Hezheng to obey as the director of the Academic Affairs Office, he wouldn't do it that way. In fact, to avoid suspicion, he might even vote against it. Chen Mobai was a little confused, but Qi Yucheng's next sentence made his eyes light up. Making an exception for your team might be difficult to pass in the meeting, but if we can use your team to open the Academy's treasury exchange to all students ahead of schedule, I think everyone will agree. Chen Mobai immediately understood the implication in Qi Yucheng's words. A show of hands to vote, isn't that just the minority submitting to the majority? If something benefits the majority of people, then it is obviously likely to succeed. Upon returning to the student council, Chen Mobai immediately explained the situation, and then instructed the foundation establishment cultivators from various departments who had identified valuable items to persuade their respective mentors and deans. So, during the weekend teachers' meeting, Luo Hezheng looked on with a puzzled expression as nearly 70% of the teachers in the large conference room raised their hands in approval, passing the application to open the Taoist temple's treasury for exchange ahead of schedule this year. Teacher Luo, I need 3 vermilion fruits, 1 lesser barrier-breaking pill, and 1 liter of chi-replenishing spirit water. Chen Mobai was naturally the first person to receive the news and rush over to exchange for it. You little brat. When Luo he saw Chen Mobai, He could only shake his head, then opened the storeroom and took out what he wanted. Subsequently, under Luo Hezhang's supervision, Chen Mobai picked 3 vermilion fruits from the Taoist temple. After preparing the 2 main ingredients for the clear eye bamboo spirit dew, Chen Mobai immediately took some time to return to Zion Enshin. Xuaner, please collect 3 portions of these medicinal herbs for your master. Your senior brother used to handle it, but he is currently in seclusion healing his injuries, so I'll leave this task to you. Luo Yixuan was even more efficient than Liu Wenbai in handling matters. She left in the morning with a catalog of medicinal herbs and returned in the afternoon with 3 large bags. How did you get here so fast? Chen Mobai checked the 3 doses of medicine and confirmed that they were all of excellent quality, which made him look puzzled. Previously, it would take Liu Wenbai about a week to purchase and collect everything in Shenmu City. Master, I went to Inspector Sun of the Spirit Plant Department and told him about it. He then wrote a note for me to give to a senior sister who manages the medicinal herb inventory in the Spirit Plant Department. The senior sister quickly prepared the items according to my list. Of course, I used sect contribution points to purchase them, and I didn't take them for free in your name, Master. After hearing Luo Yixuan's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel. Compared to Liu Wenbai, who is a gentleman, she is indeed more clever and capable. The Spirit Plant Department manages all the medicinal fields in Giant Tree Ridge and will continue to acquire spiritual herbs cultivated by the major immortal cultivation families of the 4 kingdoms under the Divine Tree sect. Apart from Huishan Valley, it has the richest stock of medicinal herbs in the entire eastern wilderness. It was through this that Zheng Wuyu was able to become a 3rd-level alchemist. However, in the past, Chen Mobai had always tried to have Liu Wenbai collect the items in the market in order to avoid being exposed. They developed a habitual way of thinking and couldn't change it. He's currently a rising star and a direct descendant of the Divine Wood sect, so it's perfectly normal for him to buy medicinal herbs from the Spirit Plant Department. Besides, even if his pill formula were exposed, so what? He'd already planted the seed of his alchemy lineage through Yan Jinai, and I reckon quite a few people already know that. Let's say that in addition to practicing swordsmanship and farming, he also wants to develop into an alchemist. After praising Luo Yixuan a couple of times, Chen Mobai took the medicinal herbs and went into seclusion again. He returned to the Dance Weapon Academy, symbolically booked a room, and pretended to have taken the minor barrier-breaking pill. Since his Danshan and Qi Si had long been developed to the level of foundation establishment perfection, his breakthrough from the 2nd to the 3rd level of foundation establishment was as simple and smooth as drinking water. As long as there is enough pure yang spiritual energy, it will be fine. After breaking through, Chen Mobai put the small barrier-breaking pill in his hand into his storage bag. He only broke through to the 2nd level of the Pure Yang Foundation establishment at the end of last year, just 10 months ago. Although breaking through 1 level per year is normal, Chen Mobai still didn't want to reveal too much. Taking the minor breakthrough pill to break through to the next level ahead of time may cause some surprise, but it is still within the normal range. After all, the transformation of sword light into form can be explained by astonishing comprehension. But the leap from the 2nd level of foundation establishment to the peak of foundation establishment within a year is something that even a nascent soul ancestor could not explain. As long as one's spiritual power level progresses at the same rate as Zhongli Tianyu's, it won't attract attention. Thinking of Zhongli Tianyu, Chen Mobai made an appointment to meet him. End of this chapter. Chapter 342, Fragments of the Bagua Mirror. Chapter 342, Fragments of the Bagua Mirror. This is an offline exchange meeting of the Taoist Academy. This is an exchange showcasing the future of the most prestigious university in the immortal realm. So naturally, it requires bringing out the most outstanding geniuses from the school to make their appearance. Although Chen Mobai was confident that he was invincible in combat, his own cultivation level was still somewhat low. The other 3 chief disciples of the academies were all prodigies who had already established their foundations before entering the academy. 2 years ago, They had all broken through to the 7th level of the foundation building stage. It was because of this that Zhuoqiu felt powerless to compete and stepped down to give way to a more capable person. However, the eldest son of Jumeng Dao Academy and the Ling Dao Master of Bushan Dao Academy are both in their 10th year this year and will graduate just like Hua Zijing. Such prodigies would naturally seek out the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill to maximize their chances of forming their core, and would no longer waste their time in the Dao Academy. That is why both of them readily agreed when Chunyang Academy promoted offline exchanges. At the very least, the Dance Academy must be suppressed again before graduation. Of course, there is another reason for the offline exchanges: to bring the next generation of chief disciples of the Academy out to broaden their horizons. Chen Mobai is in his prime and still has 3 years before graduation, but that doesn't stop him from mentoring another next-generation chief of the Academy who can serve as its representative. He spent 2 years in the student council, which he initially found quite interesting. However, considering that Hua Zijing has graduated and Zhuang Jialan has not yet matured, he knows he will be very busy for the next 3 years, so he is already considering stepping down and making way for someone more capable. However, the title of chief of the academy must not be tarnished by the successor chosen by the academy itself. It is necessary to choose a strong and ruthless person who can keep the other academies in check. After counting them all, only Zhongli Tianyu is truly presentable. His progress is astonishing. He has already broken through to the 7th level of foundation establishment this year. With the treasure left behind by the nascent soul cultivator, the covenant of the three, and various resources from the Taoist Academy family, he broke through 1 level in a year, even surpassing the 3 disciples, including the sect leader. Among the other students at the Dance Weapon Academy, the highest cultivation levels are Hua Zijing and Ming Yu, who are at the 6th level of foundation establishment. Their ability to reach such a level is not only due to their own strong talent and spiritual roots, but also largely due to the resources of the student council, which allowed them to obtain more credits than other students. Especially Minjiu, before Chen Mobai became the president, he earned countless merits in private by cultivating the spirit eye technique and helping people appraise artifact spheres. However, after reaching the 6th level of foundation establishment, the two of them got stuck. Or it is said that 99% of the students in the academy are unable to break through to the 7th level of foundation establishment before graduation, with only 1 or 2 students doing so on average every 10 years. These people were all considered to be true Tao seeds capable of forming their cores, and it was precisely for this reason that Zhuo Qiushi easily entered the immortal sects enforcement department after graduation. The news that Zhongli Tianyu had broken through to the 7th level of foundation establishment was told to Chen Mobai by Qi Yucheng. Originally, according to Qi Yucheng's idea, the school should have issued an internal announcement to spread the word. After all, this signifies that the Dance Weapon Academy is thriving, with one genius student after another emerging, and its future is promising. But Zhongli Tianyu disagreed. He was too lazy to show off. The reason for notifying Qi Yucheng is that Qi Yucheng has a good relationship with the patriarch of the Zhongli family. Before Zhongli Tianyu came to the Dao Academy, the patriarch instructed him to contact Qi Yucheng if anything happened. There is another thing. 3 of the mirror lenses of the Zhongli Bagua mirror are hidden in the Wanbao cave. Zhongli Tianyu broke through to the 4th and 7th levels of the foundation establishment stage. Upon graduation, he could seek out Qi Yucheng to receive one of the clues. A few days ago, Qi Yucheng informed Zhang Lixianyu about the 2nd lens. It was because of this that Chen Mobai knew where Zhongli Tianyu was. He had actually been to that place. Using the teleportation talisman, Chen Mobai returned to the Wanbao cave and greeted Zhuang Jialan at the entrance. Is the guild leader going deep into the Wanbao cave? Yes, I have to go see someone. Do you need me to come with you? Chen Mobai waved his hand, indicating that he could go alone. In the 7 years since he enrolled, he had only met Zhongli Tianyu once at the beginning of the semester. He knew that Zhongli Tianyu had a very strange temper, and he was afraid that if he went to see him this time, they might get into a fight. If Zhuang Jialan came along, it would inevitably make him feel constrained. Moreover, he felt it was best not to let any third party see the scene of him sparring with Zhongli Tianyu, so as not to embarrass Zhongli Tianyu. After riding the crimson clouds and smoke into the main cave of the Myriad Treasures Cave, Chen Mobai made a phone call to Mi Yudo. Senior Mi, the artifact-containing sphere you found in the fire spirit tree back then might have to be opened today. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Mi Yudo said he would go over immediately. He initially discovered a weapon-containing sphere among the roots and rubble of a fire spirit tree. After examining it, Chen Mobai found it to be an array plate. However, besides this one, there was actually another weapon-containing sphere inside the trunk of the fire spirit tree. Even Chen Mobai's void-piercing eyes couldn't see through it. He had initially thought it was due to interference from multiple forces, but now he realized it was actually a lens that sealed Zhongli's Bagua mirror. This magical artifact was a fifth-tier artifact in its prime. Although his void insight eye was well trained, he still couldn't see through even a fragment of this tier. After Chen Mobai waited for Mi Yudo at the entrance of the cave, the two entered together. After traveling 500 or 600 meters, we finally arrived at the location of the fire spirit tree again. Wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, the boy with a bowl cut and bangs covering his eyes reached into the tree trunk and took out the artifact ball that sealed the Bagua mirror. Mi Yudo naturally recognized Zhongli Tianyu. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated and finally sighed, daring not to say anything. Don't you two know the rules? I've already claimed this cave. After taking out the artifact-containing ball, Zhongli Tianyu turned to look at the two of them and said in a cold tone, "That artifact-containing sphere was registered by Senior Mi in our student council's treasure map. It only contains a sealed array plate and has nothing to do with your Bagua mirror. Moreover, it is a live seal, so I hope you will not disrupt the flow of spiritual energy in the vicinity." Chen Mobai pointed to the artifact-containing sphere between the roots of the fire spirit tree and the rubble, and then pointed to Mi Yudo, indicating that he was the first to discover it. According to the rules, if Zhongli Tianyu also wanted to take it, it would be best to compensate him with a small amount of merit. I'm not interested in that. However, after Zhongli Tianyu obtained the Bagua mirror fragment, he didn't even glance at the other artifact sphere that sealed the array plate. Just as Mi Yudo breathed a sigh of relief, Zhongli Tianyu pointed in the direction of the cave entrance, indicating that they could leave. Now that I've finished my official business, I happen to have a personal matter to attend to. I wonder if you, Zhongli, would be interested in participating in this offline exchange meeting of the Tao Academy. After using the artifact sphere as a starting point for the conversation, Chen Mobai went straight to the main topic. I'm not interested. While I'm in a good mood today, you better get out of my sight right now, or I'll have to kick you out. Zhongli Tianyu didn't even glance at Chen Mobai and the other person. His eyes, hidden under his bangs, were fixed on the artifact ball in his hand. A Bagua mirror, as if it had been broken and reassembled after being thrown to the ground, appeared in his palm. As soon as the mirror appeared, the previously still sphere began to emit wisps of firelight, which then emerged from the surface of the sphere, forming the Li trigram. At that moment, the 6-yang divine fire mirror in Chen Mobai's Danshan suddenly trembled, as if it had encountered a source power that was very attractive to it. Within the immortal sects, especially in the Tao Academy, there's no need to worry about things like robbing treasures. Therefore, Chen Mobai did not hold back and directly released his 6-yang divine fire mirror. The bronze mirror instantly emitted a radiant glow, seemingly trying to draw the Li trigram from the surface of the sphere. Are you looking for death? Zhongli Tianyu misunderstood what he saw. However, he finally raised his head and looked at Chen Mobai. Her bangs were parted, revealing a pair of jet-black eyes, as deep as the starry sky, within which the 8 trigrams seemed to flow and evolve into wind and thunder. I'm sorry, my natal magic weapon seems to have some connection with your Bagua mirror, so I couldn't control myself for a moment. As Chen Mobai spoke, he reached out and stopped his 6-yang divine fire mirror, but he had already achieved his goal. "Senior Mi, why don't you go back first?" Chen Mobai suddenly turned to Mi Yudao and said something. The latter hesitated for a moment, but thinking of his friend's fighting prowess, he nodded. "Be careful, I'll wait for you at the student council. If you don't come back tonight, I'll tell Director Qi about it." Mi Yudao's words made Chen Mobai chuckle. Although Zhongli Tianyu has already reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, he is definitely no match for me. However, Mi Yudao was also worried about himself, so he didn't explain further and waved for him to leave first, so as not to affect their sparring. "HMPH, don't worry, at most I'll just teach him a lesson." As Zhongli Tianyu spoke, he raised his right hand, and a stream of azure energy condensed in his palm, instantly transforming into a crescent-shaped blade, which he slashed at Chen Mobai. "Doesn't Zhongli recognize me?" Chen Mobai found it a bit strange. Among the immortal sects, there was no foundation establishment cultivator who dared to use such a probing move against him. He didn't use his sword light either. Instead, the divine thunder of the wood in his palm erupted, and a streak of azure lightning flashed. While shattering the arc blade of airflow, it also struck Zhongli Tianyu's forehead. Sizzle! But then a purple lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere, appearing in front of Zhongli Tianyu's head and absorbing and digesting all of the Yi Wood divine lightning. "Your lightning magic is quite good, but I am the Thunder Emperor." As he spoke, Zhongli Tianyu made a fist with his right hand, and a purple lightning bolt like a sharp blade condensed in his palm and was thrown at Chen Mobai like a spear. Amidst the roar, this cave, which had endured countless years, trembled because of this thunderous spear. Chen Mobai frowned, also wanting to leave a deep impression on Zhongli Tianyu, and decided to give him the most thorough defeat in the opponent's most proficient lightning magic. He enhanced the power of the wood, divine thunder, to the peak of the 2nd tier. The blue lightning extended and condensed in his palm, transforming into a spiderweb of lightning. With his perfect understanding of this lightning technique, his power was just right to capture the purple lightning spear. After experiencing it firsthand, Chen Mobai felt that Zhongli Tianyu's lightning technique seemed even more magnificent than his own, and it focused on destruction and annihilation, possessing a terrifying annihilation power. Could it be the famous purple heaven divine lightning? While he was pondering, the two forces of lightning magic, under his precise control, simultaneously vanished into nothingness. This means that the power of the wood divine thunder and the thunder spear is perfectly balanced. Zhongli Tianyu's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this. Is it a coincidence? He certainly didn't believe that everything was under Chen Mobai's control, but at this moment, he already knew that the guy in front of him, whose cultivation was far inferior to his own, seemed to be quite powerful. "You are lucky to have witnessed my complete self." Zhongli Tianyu finally got serious, and the Zun and Zhen trigrams appeared in his eyes hidden beneath his bangs. Then he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Not bad speed. Chen Mobai was a veteran of countless battles, and his fierce battle with Lu Qiulong honed his experience against high-speed opponents. After exclaiming in admiration, he flicked his right thumb behind him. A bolt of azure lightning suddenly erupted like a drill. Zhongli Tianyu, who had moved behind Chen Mobai, was shocked and was then struck by the Yi Wood divine lightning. However, a bolt of purple lightning flashed out instantly, blocking the lightning. Lightning and thunder burst forth with the most dazzling brilliance in an instant. Just when Zhongli Tianyu thought a massive explosion was about to occur, the two forces suddenly vanished without a trace. What kind of monster is this? After two such instances, Zhongli Tianyu finally understood how terrifying Chen Mobai was. This person's fighting ability completely puts him in his own hands. But he was an extremely proud man. The Bagua mirror between his eyebrows appeared, and the wind and thunder trigrams in his eyes materialized. Suddenly, he unleashed 6 or 7 bolts of purple lightning, which then clasped together in his palm, transforming into a huge ball of lightning that slammed heavily towards Chen Mobai in front of him. This lightning sphere is so powerful that it has far surpassed the level of the second tier. Zhongli Tianyu could only barely use it by relying on the power of the Bagua mirror. He didn't believe Chen Mobai could perfectly counter this move as before. By this point, Zhongli Tianyu knew he was no match for the monster before him, but he wanted to break free from being manipulated. Even if it's just to get this guy to back down. Just as Zhongli Tianyu's eyes widened, his bangs flew up, and he unleashed his most powerful lightning ball. Chen Mobai finally turned around. The two locked eyes. Chen Mobai suddenly laughed, and then, under Zhongli Tianyu's incredulous gaze, he raised his right hand again. The cyan lightning condensed in his palm into a bright, mirror-like pool of lightning water, which then seemed to be splashed, transforming the lightning water into a clear and transparent barrier. The enormous lightning ball that Zhongli Tianyu held in his arms crashed down onto the lightning water barrier, like a rock sinking into the deep sea. Although it stirred up waves, it quickly returned to calm. Finally, the light and shadow faded, revealing his clasped hands and Chen Mobai's slender right palm. Chen Mobai stretched out his right hand, passing through Zhongli Tianyu's hands, who was standing there dumbfounded, and gently patted his forehead, announcing his victory in this sparring match. To be honest, I didn't feel a sense of accomplishment. I felt like I was bullying someone. End of this chapter. Chapter 343, Wealthy Families. Chapter 343, Wealthy Families. Who are you? Zhongli Tianyu finally realized what was happening. He raised his hand to touch his forehead and looked at the handsome young man in front of him, asking a question. I am Chen Mobai. I entered the university in the same year as you. We met once, but you were on stage and I was in the audience, so you probably didn't notice me. Chen Mobai said with a smile. During the entrance ceremony, Zhongli Tianyu gave a speech as a representative of the new students, and he watched from below the stage. You are Chen Mobai. Zhongli Tianyu obviously knew this name. Although he had been cultivating in Wanbao Cave for the past 7 years, he would still go out to take exams and earn credits every year at the end of the semester. Naturally, he had heard of this classmate who had become the most famous in the past 2 years. That's right. As you know, I'm the student council president now, but I might have to do an internship in 2 years. Looking at the entire academy, you're the only one who can take over my position, so I want to take you with me this time. We were in the same year. Zhongli Tianyu couldn't help but say that he was already in 7th grade this year, and in 2 years, he would probably only be the student council president for a year at most. It's all right, 1 year is 1 year. In the past 2 years, Chen Mobai has decided to focus on interworld trade, and the student council is no longer of much help to him. He plans to follow Zuo Kiyoshi's example and find a suitable way to step down and hand over the reins. You defeated me, and I agree, but I demand that you fight me once a year. Zhongli Tianyu thought for a moment, and I don't know what kind of change occurred in his heart, but he proposed a masochistic condition. Okay, come to the student union's headquarters in 2 weeks and we'll set off together. I don't know where the student council's headquarters are located. Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, Zhongli Tianyu suddenly said something that surprised him. Did you spend the 7 years you were in the Wanbao Cave cultivating? Pretty much. When it thunders, I will leave the Wanbao Cave to experience the evolution of thunder. Zhongli Tianyu spoke the truth, and Chen Mobai, looking into his pure eyes, couldn't help but sigh. There really is such a person in the world. Don't you have any other hobbies besides cultivation? Does reading comics count? Calculate. Chen Mobai finally understood why Zhongli Tianyu had developed that kind of personality. It turned out he was a homebody. Do you want to activate this artifact sphere? Before leaving, Zhongli Tianyu pointed to the spot between the fire spirit tree roots and the rubble, a remark that made Chen Mobai think he had missed out on some treasure. He activated his insightful eyes and took another look, confirming that the previous assessment was correct. It was indeed a triangular array plate. It's useless to me, so I'll just leave it here. Because the array plate inside is sealed, it has absorbed a lot of the power of the Li trigram. If your mirror can absorb it, it should be very beneficial. Zhongli Tianyu's words made Chen Mobai stop in his tracks. You can see through the artifact sphere too. Previously, we could only see the natural energy condensed by wind and thunder, but now we can also see fire. As Zhongli Tianyu spoke, he lifted his bangs, revealing his right eye, in which the hexagram Li Chinese letter was faintly visible. You haven't even activated your artifact sphere yet, and you're already able to use the power of the Li trigram fragment. The artifact sphere that sealed the Bagua mirror was made by our family. I don't need the artifact fragments to summon the fire element divine light to open it. The seal was actually lifted after I got the item. The artifact sphere that sealed the mirror ignited in Zhongli Tianyu's palm, then melted into white jade liquid, revealing an irregularly shaped fragment of a mirror, with the Li trigram faintly visible within its surface. Zhongli Tianyu took his Bagua mirror and pressed the mirror into one corner like a puzzle piece. Soon, the Bagua mirror emitted a fiery red spiritual light, conveying a joyful fluctuation. Your family sealed the fragments of the Bagua mirror inside the artifact sphere. Aren't you afraid that other students will take them? If it is really driven away by someone, then retrieving it will also be part of my experience. Zhongli Tianyu spoke calmly, saying things that left Chen Mobai completely bewildered. What do you think of my cultivation speed? Soon, in the entire immortal sect, you probably won't find anyone faster than you, Chen Mobai said truthfully, though in his heart he was thinking, except for me. With the Bagua mirror, the Cantong Qi, and the resources of the Tao Academy, my cultivation speed will be this fast before I break through to a major realm. However, since our family ancestor passed away 1,000 years ago, no one has been able to form a nascent soul. The reason is that the cultivation speed is too fast and there is a lack of tempering. As Zhongli Tianyu spoke, Chen Mobai had already walked to the fire spirit tree and reached out to take out the artifact-containing ball. So 100 years ago, the family nurtured the broken Bagua mirrors that had fallen in rank in various places in the immortal sects, and then chose me as the host of the Bagua mirror to start a trial called reorganization. My family required me to collect all the Bagua mirrors, believing that this would slow down my cultivation and temper my foundation. They also agreed that no matter what difficulties I encountered, I would have to solve them on my own. Besides this, I also need to find a way to obtain the spiritual items needed to form a core. Zhongli Tianyu remained expressionless as he spoke, while Chen Mobai's first thought upon hearing this was, is this what a wealthy family is like? From what you're saying, does your family possess pills that can aid in the formation of the golden core? Before our ancestor passed away, he refined a batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills and a batch of infant nourishing pills to leave to the family as a foundation. For sale, Chen Mobai asked very directly. Non-family members are not allowed to use it, and now there is only one left. Chen Mobai shook his head with regret at Zhongli Tianyu's words. However, upon closer reflection, if they could buy them, so many important figures from the immortal sects would have already bought them from the Zhongli family. For example, Gong Ajixu, who had already become the deputy hall master of the Immortal Affairs Hall in order to create a nascent soul, only obtained one nascent soul pill. It's a pity I don't have any exchange fragments, otherwise I could have opened this artifact-containing ball on the spot. Although Chen Mobai's insightful eyes can see through the surface, he still needs to open them to determine the true origin of the magical artifact. This year, he earned 186 credits from appraising the artifact orb, spent 90 credits on 3 vermilion fruits and 1 small barrier-breaking pill, and has 96 credits left. Since the final exams for this year haven't started yet, Chen Mobai hasn't received the credits for the courses he enrolled in, so he won't be able to redeem a weapon fragment until the end of the year. However, considering that he was about to go to Jumeng Dao Academy, Chen Mobai thought it would be better to open the Qi condensation orb before leaving. So he took Zhongli Tianyu and headed towards the location of the student council. Shouldn't the exchange device fragments be placed deep within the Wanbao cave to find teacher Duanmu? Zhongli Tianyu followed him as they flew upwards inside the cave, his face full of curiosity. The place where Teacher Duanmu is located requires a core formation cultivator to take you down. So, in order not to delay the opening of the artifact orb, we usually go to Teacher Luo and Teacher Zheng to exchange for artifact fragments. Chen Mobai knew that Zhongli Tianyu was basically clueless about common sense other than cultivation, so he patiently explained it to him. I see. It's a pity that my Bagua mirror has only just regained the power of the Li trigram and I can't use it skillfully yet. It can only be used on myself. Otherwise, I could take you down to find Teacher Duanmu. Zhongli Tianyu looked regretful, but Chen Mobai's heart stirred upon hearing this. Soon, the two arrived at the student council's three-story villa. Unexpectedly, all three vice presidents were there, as well as Hua Zijing, who had stepped down. They were all on the first floor looking serious, as if they were about to leave. President. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw Chen Mobai walk in. But when he saw Zhongli Tianyu following him in, his expression turned strange. Are you all right? Mi Yudao stood to the side and asked. What's wrong? Everyone, I was just sparring with Zhongli. You didn't really think we were going to fight, did you? Chen Mobai knew what was going on as soon as he saw their expressions, and shook his head with a smile. Did you win or lose? The only person who would ask this question is Hua Zijing. She is the boldest, and she has already stepped down from her post. However, she has probably gotten used to this place and comes over to pet the cats from time to time. I would say it's a slight victory. Zhongli's lightning magic is so powerful that he's probably not inferior even to the top students of the other three major academies. Chen Mobai's words caused Zhongli Tianyu's tense expression to ease slightly. I told you, you're someone I don't need to worry about at all when it comes to fighting. They're actually afraid you'll get hurt. Hua Zijing's words made the other members of the student council present feel uncomfortable. Mi Yudao even lowered his head in shame. It was his exaggerated words that made the student council members mistakenly believe that Zhongli Tianyu was very angry and that this battle might result in bloodshed, which made the others nervous as well. It's rare to hear you praise me. Upon hearing Hua Zijing's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but tease her, which earned him an eye roll from the latter, who was petting a cat. Heaven's will. Chen Mobai waved to Lu Tianxuan, who was in charge of the Wan Biatu credit inquiry and had been promoted to vice president this year. President, is there something you need? Lu Tianxuan walked over with a puzzled look on his face. I remember the 5 credits for student council benefits haven't been distributed yet. That's right. Usually, the list is finalized after the final exams, and then it needs to be sent to the Academic Affairs Office for confirmation. Well, I'm just a little short of credits to exchange for a device fragment. Send me my 5 first. Well, okay, Chairman. Although Lu Tianxuan was an upright person, he was not a pedantic one. Every year, 10 outstanding members of the student council would receive the 5 credits as a reward, but in any case, the president and the 3 vice presidents would definitely be on this list. Besides, everyone knows that the director of the Academic Affairs Office is the president's teacher. It's reasonable for Chen Mobai to receive it in advance. In the past 2 years, thanks to his help in identifying the artifact ball, many people have become much more active in consulting the treasure map. After all, once the appearance is identified, one must compare it with the pattern to know what grade and function the artifact is. Thanks to this, other student council members have also received a lot of benefits from the Mana Map credits in the past 2 years. Especially during this period, Chen Mobai helped people appraise 186 artifact spheres. Each time he checked the treasure map, he earned 2 credits, resulting in a net gain of 372 credits. After deducting half of the credits from the Dao Academy, the average credits were distributed among the 36 student council members, giving each of them 5 credits. That is why, although Chen Mobai has been absent from the student council for the past 2 years, everyone is completely convinced of his authority as president. The reason is simple. The welfare benefits are much better than when Zhuo Qiashi was in office. You can proceed as usual. 2 graduating seniors might be coming over in the next few days. Zijing, could you help entertain them? I have already stepped down. Hua Zijing, who was petting the cat, said in an annoyed tone, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but slap his forehead. He was used to her presence. Then Jialan, please take care of it. Zhongli and I are going to meet another senior. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Tianyu looked up with a puzzled expression. When did I say I was going to see my senior? However, he doesn't like to talk much in front of strangers, and since he came in, he has been standing at the door watching. After accumulating 100 credits, Chen Mobai left the student council with Zhang Lixianyu. I'm not interested in my senior. While crossing the dark river, Zhongli Tianyu suddenly said something that almost made Chen Mobai stumble. What? Didn't you say you were going to meet your senior? Weren't you going to introduce me to her? How do you think like that? I'm going to teacher Duanmu's place to exchange for device fragments. There's a senior student there who's going to attend an offline exchange meeting with us, and she's currently in seclusion. I thought I'd go and get to know her. Oh, I misunderstood. Zhongli Tianyu said this without any embarrassment. Chen Mobai was very curious about the environment in which he grew up. What kind of family was the Zhongli family that could raise such an eccentric person? Zhongli Tianyu, the temperature is very high deep inside the Wanbao cave. My Bagua mirror can only protect myself. Can your mirror protect you too? Chen Mobai, it's all right, I have a special constitution and can withstand high temperatures. By the way, you didn't use any artifact fragments when you opened the Qi-gathering sphere. Was that tacitly approved by the Tao Academy? 2 fragments, wouldn't that save you 200 credits? Zhongli Tianyu, this was originally sealed by our family. My taking it is just returning it to its rightful owner. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember, do I need to pay extra credits? Chen Mobai, I'm going to see teacher Duanmu anyway, I'll ask him later. With one body protected by the Li trigram and the other possessing a fire spirit body, the two quickly descended above the underground lava flow. In this furnace-like environment, where even foundation establishment cultivators would be cooked, they easily and comfortably flew down to the dark, red island in the center. Just as they were about to land, a deafening dragon roar resounded. The surrounding magma began to boil and then burst open. A white dragon flew out of the magma, soaring into the sky with a terrifying aura. Chen Mobai's expression changed slightly. The 5 fingers of his right hand, which was behind his back, lit up with 5-colored light. As the 5 elements of sword light flowed, an extremely terrifying sword formation was ready to be unleashed. Zhongli Tianyu, who was beside him, also grasped the Bagua mirror. The Zhen trigram began to appear and envelop his entire body, with purple lightning flashing and emerging. But the white dragon did not come toward them. It seemed that after being cleansed in the lava, it was weak. After glancing at them, it flew into the island. You two come here. About 15 minutes later, Duanmu Longrong's voice rang in their ears. Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu dispersed their spiritual power and descended. End of this chapter.